weatherproof covering and the floor and the that's, I need that for my house.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my God.
Such a show. Welcome to. Oh, that's right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's select board meeting. Our chair, Bernard Green, is feeling a little under the weather, so he's remote, and I will be pinch hitting for him tonight, leading the meeting. So the first agenda item is the question of entering into executive session for the purpose stated in items 2 and 3, and to reconvene in open session. Item 2 is executive session pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A6, Purpose 6, for the purpose of considering the value of real estate at the following properties: 1280 Boylston Street, 1290 Boylston Street, 1300 Boylston Street, and 1330 Boylston Street, and for the purpose of approving the meeting minutes from January 13th, 2026. So I will move that we go into executive session.
Second.
All right, Sean,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
Bernard. Right, and I also say aye. So we will be back.
Recording stopped. just gonna sign up here. Number 13 is missing. It's going on. Yeah, and especially all above as well. I saw that. I saw that. Well, they're probably negotiating different towns as well. Oh, yeah. I don't know.
signed in and everything.
Thank you. You're welcome. Should I move over or should I stay where you want?
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to our February 10th Select Board meeting. We are now back in open session, and we will be continuing with announcements, updates. Do any Select Board members have an announcement or update to make? Paul?
Yep. Thank you, David. Last night, we had our in-person workshop for the comprehensive plan. We had a great turnout. I see many faces in here that were actually at the workshop. Our staff, led by Jay Collins and Kara Bruton, and our partner agency Landscape and Planning, did really an amazing job. There was a lot of energy. We got great input. And I just want to thank everybody that participated and came, and also for the leadership that helped us get that done. It was a lot of work, especially our steering committee for the comprehensive plan that's been busy to do this for a long time. But I want to remind everybody that there is a survey that's available. It's an online survey that's very similar to the in-person workshop. You just won't have as much fun as we did last night. But this is a great opportunity for the community to give the committee input into the future of Brookline. We're developing a plan that will help us with zoning and budgeting and town services for the next 20 or so years. So it's very important. If you go to the town website, there's a link to the survey, and I would encourage everybody to take it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? John?
I will keep this brief, even though our former one-time police chief, George Samard, deserves much more than a brief comment, but I hope people will consult the obituary for George Samard. A wonderful man, a real accomplished leader of the Brookline Police Department for many years, a great sort of neighbor of people in Brookline, Elliott Crescent, and he's going to be very much missed. Services for him tomorrow at St. Mary's in Brookline. And if people weren't aware of that news, I want more people to know the history of this man, and they can get that by consulting the obituary for George Samard, our former police chief.
Thank you, John. Anyone else? All right. So with that, we will.
David?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bernard.
Thank you. I just want to let people know that I'm remote today because I don't want to give any of my fellow board members the virus that I am suffering with. It's not serious, but it's also not pleasant. So David's going to handle the chore of running the meeting. And so far in executive session, he's doing an excellent job. So.
Thank you, Bernard. Melanie, if you don't mind, maybe clicking OK on that bar so I can see when Bernard has his hand raised. Thank you. All right, so now we will move into public comment. Now, I recognize that probably most of the individuals who are in the room right now are here to speak about Chestnut Hill West. Public comment on Chestnut Hill West will be made during the agenda item when we have our public hearing on the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study. So if you want to participate in public comment now, it's about something other than Chestnut Hill West. So do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Do you want to read my spiel first?
Yes, please do.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We are going to use a phone timer tonight, not an on-screen timer, and we'll let you know when you're at 30 seconds and then when your time is over. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to the board expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages but does not require that remote users turn their video on when commenting. I do have a note, if people are online tonight, because we do have a lot of people signed up to speak, if you are online, could you please raise your hand when I call on you, just so you can move to the top and I can promote you easier. The first person to sign up for in-person for not Chestnut Hill related is Susan Park.
All right, Susan, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Not allowing me to promote her.
Hi there, I'm trying to turn on my video, if this would let me, but it says you cannot start your video because it is disabled by the host.
You
Can
can
you-
try now, Susan.
Okay. Okay, hi, thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Susan Park here, town meeting member from precinct 17. It's good to see you. I'm a direct abutter to the 26 Pleasant Street parking lot across from the Coolidge Corner Library. It has come to my attention that attorney Jeffrey Allen intends to file a warrant article for the Maytown meeting rezoning the Nordblum parking lot at 26 Pleasant Street. My constituents are very concerned about this development. Some of my constituents care for their elderly, and parking is absolutely necessary. 26 Pleasant Street has become a trusted parking lot for the neighborhood. There are many growing families that depend on parking so they can take their infants to the hospital and doctor's appointments and everything else that comes with raising a growing family. It was a huge nuisance when parking spots were taken up on James Street by the workmen during the Sussman renovation without any notice. Constituents wrote in the last few days because they feel this new development have not done the proper traffic studies, light studies, nor gotten sufficient neighborhood input. With 103 new units, with give or take 1, 2, 3 people living in these units, there will be more cars and a gridlock of traffic, especially after the Waldo Durgan building. So people coming from St. Mary's and Washington Square are all going to be affected by this gridlock. Also, isn't the town nearing the end of the comprehensive planning process? Shouldn't this warrant article include the comprehensive plan? And isn't this why it passed? So we are not at the mercy of developers who aren't thinking of what's best for the neighborhood. In addition, North Brookline is already a heat island, as we know, and this development will only make it worse. The town should actually buy this land, turn it into a park to mitigate the heat island effect in North Brookline. And many people in the neighborhood would be so happy with that. Second, okay, I won't mention the Chestnut Hill zoning. Lastly, my constituents are burdened with the dozens of postal trucks parking on Beacon across from the post office. We're here in precinct 17, and there was an agreement years ago that the post office agreed to park by the Arcadian Hotel, which at that time was the Holiday Inn. And I've gotten so many emails from my neighbors on Beacon. This was a good faith agreement.
You have
and
30
through the
seconds.
postal trucks, thank you, have crept back, taking the parking spots of all those who live directly across from these trucks on Beacon. My constituents are seriously fed up with this. I have received many emails, and I'm hoping that you, the select board, would kindly reach out to the postal service and ask them to move the trucks back towards the Arcadian Hotel, which is what they agreed on. So in sum, I ask you not to support the warrant article for the 26 Pleasant Street rezoning. And 2, please, my constituents and neighbors beg you to just have the postal trucks move back towards the hotel, which is really helping the neighbors also, because that's why they purchased these properties, so that because they could park right across from their street. And I've reached out
I'm
to-
sorry, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Susan.
Nobody else has signed up and nobody's raising their hand online. Is there anybody in person that would like to speak during public comment?
All right, seeing none, we will continue to our next agenda item, which is miscellaneous.
Tracy Burns has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tracy
Uh,
Burns has her hand up.
Can you promote Tracy Burns, please?
You're muted, Tracy.
Okay, I'm good now?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. I'm Tracy Burns, town meeting member from precinct 8, but speaking on behalf of the group that we jokingly call ourselves the swim team. I'm speaking to ask that you add a community outdoor swimming pool to the roadmap. Time and time again, the residents have spoken up in support of a pool. To my knowledge, it appeared as early as 2001 when over 50% of the residents surveyed thought we needed an outdoor pool. It has also been included in several comprehensive plans that a pool should be a priority. In 2006, in the Parks and Open Space and Recreation Strategic Master Plan, an outdoor pool was cited as one of the most important things the town needed. In 2020 and again in 2022, town meeting voted overwhelmingly in support of a feasibility study for a pool. By now, my group has spoken to a number of you on the select board, as well as many town staff, and gone over the cost of construction as well as the cost of operations. I know that Brookline must remain conservative with our town revenues and be careful what we plan. We estimate that the cost of the pool is approximately $10 million and would take about 2 years to construct, and that the Community Preservation Act can fund some of that each year, thereby costing the town less than $5 million per year for 2 years. It's a reasonable amount of money for an asset that would be enjoyed by all. In terms of operating costs, we anticipate that it would run like the golf course using a revolving fund concept and therefore not costing the town or the rec department any additional funds. I could say a whole lot more about where and why and how, but it's not appropriate for right now. For now, I only ask that you include the building of a community outdoor pool in the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Do we have anyone else who would like to participate in public comments? Anyone online?
I don't see any more raised hands.
All right, we don't see anyone, so now we will move on to the next item. Miscellaneous, approval of miscellaneous items, licenses, and contracts. Now, do any of my colleagues have any questions regarding items 6A through 6E?
6A is not a vote, is it?
Well, I suppose we could vote on whether to announce that we're releasing those executive session minutes, or what's that listed there?
It's good. Yeah. So you actually have to
Usually
read that
do.
out.
Okay,
You just have to announce that this is the determination in terms of
Yeah.
what's being released and what's being withheld.
all right. So first, we'll announce that after reviewing the board's executive session meeting minutes from July 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025, we have released July 15th, 2025. We have released August 5th, 2025, released August 19th, 2025, withheld September 9th, 2025, released September 16th, 2025, withheld September 30th, 2025, withheld October 14th, 2025, withheld October 21st, 2025, withheld October 28th, 2025, withheld November 4th, 2025, withheld December 2nd, 2025, withheld December 9th, 2025, and withheld December 16th, 2025. So regarding 6B through 6E, and those are votes. Any questions? Seeing none.
I believe I had
All right,
some small amendments to the minutes for 6B.
Yep, those are in the packet.
All right, so 6B will be as amended by Michael Rubenstein. Any other comments on 6B through 6E? Seeing none, I move that we approve in omnibus fashion 6B through 6E. Bernard?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. All right, that brings us to calendar items. and the 2030 roadmap. Update and discussion on the 2030 roadmap with Consensus Building Institute's Abby Fulham.
All right, hello. Can I be heard?
We hear you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay, so hi, everyone, and to those I haven't met, I'm Abby Fulham. I am a senior associate at the Consensus Building Institute. We are a nonprofit based in Cambridge, and we help groups make decisions, work together, and mediate conflict. In this case, we are helping the Select Board develop a 2030 roadmap, which is a version of a strategic plan. Okay, so objectives for tonight. I know that you all have a busy meeting, so we've decided to keep this as a brief update. We wanted to first share the updated version of the draft 2030 roadmap, which was shared in your packet last week, provide a brief update on the process to date and what's next. And then I have 2 questions that I'm looking for input from the select board on tonight, if there's time, and if there's not, maybe in writing by the end of the week. I do want to provide a little bit of context for those who are listening in and have not been following this process closely. So let me just share a bit of background. So the goal of the 2030 roadmap is to capture the shared strategic priorities of the select board, and then articulate their goals and how to achieve them. And this is intended to guide both the select board and all of their staff in their work, despite a lot of changes in the environment and turnover. The process that we have undergone to date over the last, I believe, since around the summer, has been first brainstorming and idea generation. So I talked with a lot of folks. We met in person for those workshops. We did a review of existing town goals to make sure we were capturing items that are relevant to this in the plan. And then we are now in this phase of iteratively refining the content. So that has been done, gotten feedback from individual select board members. Thank you. And then also department heads in the select board office. Okay, just briefly in terms of what's in the 2030 roadmap and the strategic plan. So one is guiding values, which is, how do we want to behave? And there is now a section on the values of Brookline and on the values of the town government. And then goals. So what do we want to achieve? Strategies for each of the goals. How do we operationalize the goals? And then action. What needs to happen to implement those strategies? I would say to date, we've had a lot of discussion and agreement on the guiding values and the goals, and I think we're still in the workshopping on some of the strategies and actions. So as we move forward in the process, we are refining and prioritizing some of those. I wanted to just preview the goals for folks tonight who haven't been following along, so I'll just quickly put them up here. So the select board have identified 7 high-level goals, and again, for each of these, there are strategies and actions. And so just briefly, the first here is around delivering core services reliably and efficiently within the limits of available resources. The next goal is around alignment and efficiency and governance within the government itself. The third goal is around increasing the town's fiscal health and stability. The fourth is around improving communication to and engagement with residents. The fifth is around increasing the racial and economic diversity of households in Brookline. There's a number of housing related strategies also in this goal. 6 is maintaining and improving infrastructure quality. And 7 is to improve the town's ability to mitigate and be resilient to climate change. So the next question in my mind is, okay, so we've done a lot of work to date. We're still refining some of the pieces, but like, what do we need to do to get this over the finish line in the next few months? I believe April is still the goal. So I just wanted to outline the process next steps as a reminder. So we're in this iterative feedback from select board members phase still. You have the latest updated version that we sent last week. There's a tension here. I don't want to burden you all with tedious reviews, and I want to make sure that the current version reflects your interests and that you feel poised to implement it and guide the implementation of it. So you are more than welcome to send me copy edits on that version I sent, or set up a call with me or email. Some of you have already started to do that. But for those who don't want to be again in this review cycle, maybe take a quick look, but you don't need to send me as detailed a feedback as you have in the past. The next piece is around the implementation details. We need to work out what information we want to include in the plan to make it as easily implementable as possible. And then that can be done, that'll need to be done in partnership with the people that will be implementing it. So there are actions that are in the select board's court, actions in the town administrator's team's court, and department heads. So working closely with those folks. At the March 17th select board meeting, we are slated to talk through implementation, to discuss how often you all want to check in on this plan, adjust the plan, or track progress. And then again, hoping that we can prioritize some of the actions that are in the select board's court. Right now, there's, I believe, 43 actions, which is a lot. So if that's what you want, that is okay, but perhaps worth trying to refine them further. And then also refining some of the list of strategies. There's a lot in there. I've heard the interest both in trying to hone in on the number of strategies, so it's more, it feels more achievable. And I've also heard concern around removing some. So I think we can try to talk through some of that in March. And then lastly, a final version of the roadmap will be presented and then voted on for adoption at a April select board meeting. So that's what's coming in terms of the process. Let me share a little bit more on this implementation detail topic, and then pose these two questions. Again, trying to move quickly here, so I know you have another big agenda item. In terms of the implementation details that would go into this kind of strategic plan, there's a number of ways you could flesh it out. I've shared some examples with you all before. I think there's a goal to try to balance the inclusion of enough information to make this plan as implementable as possible, while also being efficient and targeted in what you're trying to lay out. So it's not tedious or making work unnecessarily. So we would like to propose the inclusion of the following for implementation detail. For each of the goals, we could include the key performance indicators and track those over the 5 years. You all know there's been some brainstorming on what those key performance indicators are. We don't need to get into the specifics on that, but just that will be tracked for the goals. Nothing would be tracked for the strategies. And then for each of the actions, which are how you make progress on the strategies, we would list the department that would be leading the action and then a rough timeline. So would it be this next fiscal year that you would want to see it done, maybe the next 2 to 3 or the 4 to 5, so short, medium, long term. And just to lay it out what this could look like. So this is just a mock-up example table, pulling from the first goal around core services. We would have a column here around the strategy. For each strategy, we would list all the actions. This is not currently comprehensive. And then the department lead and timeline. Which brings me to the two questions I have for you all. So first, I would be interested to hear if you have any burning concerns with the level of detail I just proposed for implementation. So again, that's KPIs for the goals, and then department lead and timeline for the actions. And then my second question, which is related, is for the actions that are assigned to the select board. Would you like CBI, myself, and the select board office to take a first pass at filling out that timeline? You all can review at before the March workshop, or is there a select board member who would like to do this themselves? And then again, we would review in March. And so Bernard, or I guess David tonight, do we have time to discuss this now? Would you prefer to share thoughts in writing by Friday, and then we can get going filling out these tables? Up to you.
Well, we can discuss it a little bit if anyone has any quick thoughts. Michael?
Thank you, Abby. I just have a question about for actions assigned to the select board. Would that mean that the department lead would be a select board member, or would the department lead be a member of a town department?
I was thinking it would be for actions that are in your like court to work on. It would just say the select board here.
Okay.
Anyone else? John?
This is just a detail question.
Mhm.
Under the third of the published goals, there's a reference to achieving new revenue growth of, I think it's $15 million, and then a period of years. And it's not clear to me whether that means we should achieve that per year, which is, like, I'm sure is unrealistic, or over the period of the 5 years. And I'm assuming it means over the period of the 5 years. Is that right?
That's my read too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So just any ambiguity of that nature, that could
Yep.
be cleared up would be great.
That's great. Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right. So I guess we will get back to you, Abby, if we have more comments by Friday, per your
Mhm.
suggestion. Thank you very much for providing this update. And we look forward to further work on this at our March workshop.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks, Abby.
Thanks, Abby.
All right. So that now brings us to the moment everyone's been waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
The Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study public hearing, which I shall hereby open. And first, we'll hear some introductory remarks from Meredith.
Thank you. Good evening, Select Board. Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Director. So we were here last week presenting our recommendations for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study and seeking the direction from the Select Board on how to move forward with potentially advancing the proposed overlay zoning for Springtown meetings consideration. There were 3 follow-up action items that the Select Board requested. I just wanted to provide an update on our progress towards those. So there was a request that we touch base with City of Newton, make sure that they're fully updated on the status of our recommendations and the proposed zoning. We've been in communications with Newton's planning staff as well as their transportation staff throughout this process. There was recently some turnover in their planning department with the new mayoral administration, but we have reached out to them, provided all of the updates in terms of the recommendations, and we'll be meeting with them tomorrow afternoon to sort of recap those conversations and then bring up the newer members of their staff who are in new positions in terms of what's included in the recommendations and the specifics of the zoning. There was also the request for the results of the transportation infrastructure capacity testing. We're expecting to have those back by the end of this week, and we'll be working with the Transportation Engineering Division on their review of that, and they'll be providing an update and having a discussion with the Transportation Board about those findings at the Transportation Board's upcoming meeting, which I think is February 25th. And then finally, there was the request to hold a public hearing, which brings us to this moment.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions or thoughts from select board members before we proceed with our speakers? All right. Seeing none. The way we'll handle public comment within this hearing today is each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. And there is also a sign-up sheet here up front for those of you who may not have signed up in advance via email. You're still welcome to sign in if you want. I'll probably move that to the back so that if anybody signs up, we don't have some interruptions with those who are up front. And we'll begin. So our first speaker is Christopher Mutty. I can do it. Go ahead.
And again, if you hear your name called, and you're online, please use the raise hand feature so Melanie can find you.
Sorry about that. Hi, am I ready to go?
You ready? Yep.
All set.
So I'm Christopher Muddy, town meeting member, Precinct 9. I'm a member of the Small Business Development Committee, and I'm the executive director of the Brookline Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking tonight in that later capacity in favor of the proposed rezoning of the Chestnut Hill commercial area and to encourage the select board to send this plan to town meeting for a vote this spring. The rezoning and the project proposed by City Realty are critical to Brookline addressing our structural deficit and represents a tremendous opportunity to grow our commercial base. This is essential for the long-term success of all of our businesses, many of which are experiencing double-digit tax hikes this year, and of which are starting to see the effects. We're starting to see those effects in Coolidge Corner. Growing our base will help alleviate some of this pressure, and Chestnut Hill represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do just that. The Chamber has always believed that density is essential to the success of our small businesses, including the future commercial tenants of this proposed project. That is why we wholeheartedly supported the Harvard Street proposal and why we fully support the housing component of the proposed project. We are very excited about the potential new businesses that will occupy the retail, medical building, and hotel, which are being proposed for this site. The Chamber enthusiastically supports this plan and the proposal from City Realty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Elise Couture.
No, sorry, we don't allow public speakers to put their stuff up.
Well, I don't want to.
Yeah, we can move that around for you. I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to share.
No, I just want to no, I don't want to share. I just want to,
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you. But totally understand what you
Yeah,
meant.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Hi there. My name is Elise Couture Stone. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 2, a member of the advisory committee, and a member of the Brookline for Everyone board. But tonight I'm actually here just speaking on behalf of myself as a nearly 20-year resident and as a parent raising 2 kids in the Brookline public schools. I want to begin by acknowledging the real work that has already been done by this body. The planning and economic development staff, the Chestnut Hill commercial area, and this very board, along with many residents who have participated in the public process, have invested an enormous amount of time and energy in this effort, and that deserves our gratitude and our thanks. So thank you very, very much for shepherding this through. At the same time, I also want to acknowledge what's at stake here tonight, because it is more than just about zoning. Brookline, as you guys very much well know, is facing structural financial pressure, rising costs, significant capital needs, and a residential tax base that is stretched very thin. Young families and retirees are competing for the same housing and other resources. And we're cutting vital programs and services for our children and our schools. And this is all the while we're sitting on some of the most well-studied, well-documented opportunities that we have to create a more fiscally resilient Brookline. But despite all of this wonderful, carefully considered work that you guys have shepherded through to this point, I was surprised to hear last week that process was treated as a substitute for decision, and that delay was framed as a form of safety. I understand why that was, but given our fiscal reality, delay is no longer a careful choice for us. Delay has a cost, and that cost compounds. It shows up in our budgets, it shows up in our schools, and it shows up in who can and cannot continue to live here in Brookline. We are living in a moment when people everywhere are looking to our elected leaders to protect them, to include them, and to act with moral and fiscal clarity. What I'm asking of this body is not blind approval, nor, okay.
Just as a reminder for all of our speakers, if you're not able to complete your remarks, you can certainly email us whatever you've prepared, and that way we can read them in their entirety.
And that email address is just selectboard@brooklinema.gov.
Thank you, Elise. And our next speaker is Counselor Newton City Councilor Lisa Baker. Lyle Baker.
Good evening and thank you. My apologies, it's Lyle Baker. I've been a member of the Newton City Council for 42 years, and I've been the ward councilor for Ward 7 all of that time. But I'm here to just comment a couple of things. First, I appreciate the outreach to Newton. I wish it had occurred before the public hearing, but our staff and I spoke to our acting planning director, and she was not aware of this project really in any detail. So whatever conversations have occurred before have really gone on at a level that have not reached our body. And I'm the chair of the Zoning and Planning Committee for the city council. So it's important that we have these conversations. Second, there's a proposal in the transportation program, which I think is misguided, and I would encourage you to reconsider. That is the idea of somehow stopping traffic going directly across Route 9 on Hammond Street and trying to divert it into the alternatives of a loop on both ends. I think that's unfortunate. I think it would adversely affect the institutions and residences that live north of the area, as well in Newton, as well as in Brookline. And I think there are traffic improvements that could be done right now. One of them that was done many years ago is to have the intersection operate so that you go north for one signal, south for another, and east-west for the others. And that's been a significant improvement over the old four-way system many years ago, where I actually saw a fist fight break out between people at one point. So I'd be very careful about it. I think you could have two lanes going southbound as opposed to one as currently, but I know the construction has narrowed that roadway as you go south Hammond Street where the building is going up. The other part is the area where the parking occurs near the Star Market. That's listed on your plan as TBD in terms of height. I would suggest this is an opportunity for addition by subtraction. Take that piece out of the district. That is currently very important to the whole Chestnut Hill commercial area that exists in Newton and indeed part of the Chestnut Hill Shopping Center. And I know that you don't have to consider Newton's interests, but I would point out that Newton backed the bonds that designed the roadway that goes west of Hammond Pond Parkway when we expanded it so that the Chestnut Hill Mall, Chestnut Hill Square could be developed. And we enjoy working with Brookline and try and make things go so that it suits both communities. So I would just encourage you to look at the impacts on Newton, but also the impacts that the changes you might make on Brookline because of the Newton impacts that follow from there. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I'd like to stay abreast of what you're doing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Werner Lowy.
Thank you. My name is Werner Lowy. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 13. And I agree with, I think, what we're going to hear from a lot of people here this evening, that this Chestnut Hill development is very important to town finances, particularly as a long-term source of property taxes, in order to show residents throughout the town that while we do have to do overrides now and again, we're also doing everything we can to pursue other sources of revenue. And I also support the housing that this project will create, this zoning change will create. But what I really want to talk about is in terms of long-term planning. I live near Washington Square, and for literally decades, I've been saying to people that we need 3 or 4 story mixed use buildings in Washington Square. And when I talk to people about it, I get a lot of nodding. People generally, I think that is a good idea. But I mention this also because I recognize that, you know, if there were a concrete proposal to do that in Washington Square or anywhere else, there would probably be a certain amount of skepticism as well when it becomes a concrete proposal. But I ask you to keep that in mind as you think about putting forward these warrant articles for the rezoning, the zoning overlay, because I mention it because it's easy to say that we should build something in someone else's neighborhood, but we actually need thoughtful development in all of our commercial districts. We need it because of the economics. We need greater density because it's one small way that we can address climate change. We need it because it keeps our neighborhoods vibrant. So I hope you will think about the town as a whole and realize that this is one small part, something that you ought to move forward on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Werner. Our next speaker is Linda Roseman.
Good evening. I'm Linda Roseman, town meeting member, precinct 14. I was also a member of the Community Advisory Committee for the Chestnut Hill West zoning. My understanding was that this committee was supposed to study zoning and make recommendations for the commercial area at Chestnut Hill West. The process began with a well-attended event at the golf course where community members and other members of the public were able to provide input as to what they would like to see in that area. Soon afterwards, City Realty came on the scene and attended an early meeting of our community advisory group to present their plans for 1280 to 1330 Boylston Street. From then on, nearly every meeting was devoted to discussing some iteration of their project. That was pretty much all we talked about. It became apparent that the zoning would be tailored to City Realty's project proposal, and that is the zoning before you. We should not be zoning to fit the needs of a particular developer. This zoning will set a precedent for commercial areas around town, as Werner Lowy just was talking about. I'm not sure we want to see 14 stories in Washington Square or at St. Mary's. The neighbors who are very much in favor of developing this site were hoping for something like 7 stories, but they've indicated that they would be willing to support 10 stories, and this seems to me like a reasonable compromise, and I hope you will consider making that change before this zoning goes on the warrant. Right-sizing the height makes this more likely to pass at town meeting, and I think we all want that to happen. I want to thank the Select Board for agreeing to this public hearing. We 5 town meeting members from precincts 14 and 15 who sat on the advisory group often felt that our voices were dismissed or ignored, and neighbors felt pretty much the same way. At the last meeting of the group, without prior warning, we were informed that the group would be disbanded. We had no opportunity to prepare final remarks that would reflect our opinions, and we were told we would not even be allowed to take a straw poll on the zoning proposal. Process matters. Community involvement matters. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Linda. Our next speaker is Janice Kahn.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Janice Kahn, town meeting member from precinct 15, a member of the Finance Committee, the Advisory Committee. I serve also on the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee and a member of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Community Advisory Group. So I have both a neighborhood and townwide perspective on the proposed special district overlay zoning. Linda already said much of what I was going to say, but I'd like to describe exactly how the neighborhood is an active participant and is agreeing to many of the goals that this town has. The current zoning is for 6 stories. We are where there's consensus to raise it to 10, not the 3 and 4 that Mr. Lowy mentioned for Washington Square, 10 stories. The amount of the density right now is an FAR of 2.0. We're willing to make it commensurate with the 10-story height. The zoning for the office park now is 100% commercial, which would be ideal, but there's consensus that the site can be changed to a mixed-use residential zone with 51% commercial. In short, the Chestnut Hill neighborhoods in the surrounding area are supporting the town's needs for both increased commercial tax revenue and increased housing. And I just want to point out that Chestnut Hill actually is a robust commercial area. The problem is that the commercial area is entirely in Newton. So, but we're not a desert out here. I believe that in Brookline, meaningful community engagement matters. The comprehensive plan is an example. But what is happening in Chestnut Hill is a cautionary tale for development moving forward for every neighborhood in Brookline. The town has excellent professional staff, but sadly, few live here. To balance that, planning staff understands that it's critical to listen to the voices of those who live in Brookline and who understand the context of our neighborhoods at the granular level that residents experience at every day. I believe we're at an inflection point in Brookline. Do we as a community writ large with vibrant, distinct neighborhoods want to help guide development in the places we know best? Or do we want developers to define our neighborhoods for us? And if it's the latter, then why bother doing a comprehensive plan that seeks to incorporate a lot of public input? A final cautionary comment. As a finance committee member, I care about the financial stability of Brookline and increasing our commercial tax revenue. The advisory group never heard from other property owners who may have their own development plans. Creating zoning for one developer in one part of the commercial area may prevent long-term commercial property owners from redeveloping other properties in the commercial area. We just don't know. Let's make sure that this doesn't become an unintended consequence of endorsing the overlay proposal before you. I urge the select board to change the maximum height of the proposed zoning to 10 stories. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Janice. Our next speaker is Neil Gordon.
Thank you. Good evening. Neil Gordon, Precinct 1 Town Meeting member of the Advisory Committee. I'm also co-chair with Marty Rosenthal of Brookline PAX. In November 2024, Town Meeting took up a series of warrant articles initiated by the Planning Department. Article 11, which would have allowed a substitution of massing, failed. Article 12, and outdoor lighting standards, was referred. Article 13, sign design and commercial usage, failed. Article 14, relating to separate ownership on the same lot, was referred. Prior to that, of course, was the Planning Department's MBTA Communities Act, the Harvard Street zoning proposal, which without significant political intervention might have failed as well. I'm not here to criticize the work of the staff. What I'm suggesting is that staff is just the beginning of a two-part process. The first part professional, the second part political. The political part boils down to this: sufficient town meeting votes. Put a too aggressive zoning change on the warrant and you invite amendments. The amendments can be defeated by a majority town meeting vote, leaving as the main motion the article as printed in the warrant, which can be defeated by a 1/3 town meeting minority. Prior to hearing from the public this evening, a select board member circulated a petition urging the board to put the planning board's proposal on the warrant without change. I trust the rest of you retain open minds. PAX has not yet taken a position on this proposal, but we have a long history of listening carefully to pros and cons, and especially to those most impacted by proposed changes. Anyone thinking they can bully this through without listening to the public before further vetting by the planning board, advisory committee, and further discussion by the select board, including additional public hearings, may be digging a hole that includes fewer and fewer of the town meeting votes needed to pass a warrant article. Worth repeating, put a too aggressive zoning warrant on the article on the warrant, and you invite amendments. They can be defeated by a majority town meeting vote, leaving the article as printed in the warrant as the main motion, which can then be defeated by a 1/3 town meeting minority. I urge you to choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. We now have Carla Benka.
Carla Benka, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 14, and a member of the Community Advisory Group. Good evening. I firmly support those who are urging the board to reduce the permissible height in the proposed CH4 subdistrict. What should have been a thoughtful process to develop zoning for the entire commercial area was diverted by a specific proposal, leaving little time to focus on the other proposed subdistricts. And one of those subdistricts is north of Route 9. It encompasses the CVS site, the adjacent gas pumps, parking for CVS Shaws in the street, and 4 residential properties. It abuts Newton. There was virtually no discussion of this area at the CAG meetings. Current zoning for the subdistrict for general business and residential use, the maximum height of 4 stories. With the proposed overlay, the maximum allowable height would, without any meaningful analysis, become 6 stories in one portion and 7 in another. 3 points about upzoning this particular subdistrict. First, property owners in this subdistrict have been contacted, and it has been reported that they currently have no plans to sell or redevelop their properties, some of which have long-term leases with their tenants. Second, this subdistrict borders Newton, and as of January 12th, the last meeting of the CAG, there had been no discussions with the city concerning these zoning changes beyond a few conversations between Brookline and Newton planning staff. I was happy to hear Meredith say this evening that communication is now increasing. Excuse me. My third point pertains to traffic and traffic mitigation. Existing congestion on Route 9 and Hammond Street as it approaches its intersection with Route 9 is a reality. Preliminary concepts for mitigation and include an approach called R-cuts. If used here, R-cuts would prohibit cars from crossing Route 9 to get from one side of Hammond Street to the other. Instead, cars on one side of Hammond Street would have to turn on Route 9, drive in one direction until permitted to make a U-turn, and then drive in the opposite direction until reaching the Hammond Street intersection. This doesn't sound like mitigation to me, and I suspect it might not sound like mitigation to you either. So these 3 reasons: no current plans to redevelop the commercial properties north of Route 9, minimal communication with the city of Newton until very recently, and no realistic traffic mitigation plans before us, all underscore that rezoning this subdistrict should be paused. Moving forward with rezoning now is premature and should be taken up if property owners signal their intent to sell or redevelop. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Our next speaker is Carlos Liruejo.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Hidruejo. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 14 and a member of the advisory committee and a member of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Study Area Advisory Group. I'm one of the majority of the committee members, 6 of 11, who have signed a letter urging that the height of the development be limited to 10 stories. Each of us have our own reasons for supporting this reduction in scale. As you may know, as many of you know, I'm a practicing registered architect. Building and design are not only my profession, but my passion. My training and experience strongly inform my belief of what constitutes an appropriate scale for this neighborhood. 24 months ago, when this process began, we were moving in that direction. Our comparison to neighboring communities, Brighton, Alston, Newton, West Rexbury, and Watertown, and others, consistently showed that 6 to 8 stories represented the prevailing and appropriate scale for new development. The consultant working closely with the committee, RKJ, reached the same conclusion, demonstrating that this scale was both contextually appropriate and financially feasible. This level of upzoning already represented a significant increase over the existing conditions in this part of Brookline and was consistent with the scale of the 40B project currently under construction in the corner of Boston and Hammond Street. 6 to 8 stories allowed for increased density massing, urban cohesion without overwhelming the public realm. It mirrored the character of newer developments in our neighboring communities, increased tax revenue, preserved the neighborhood scale feel, and we were right on the right track, focused on zoning improvements that many felt were long overdue in a neighborhood that was largely overlooked. Unfortunately, the committee's focus shifted dramatically. We moved away from our original goal of comprehensive neighborhood upzoning and instead centered almost entirely on a single potential development proposal, one that was 2 or 3 times larger than what was initially envisioned. This proposal consumed the committee's attention and derailed our broader planning objective. Meeting after meeting was spent debating on how to constrain this one project, while the promise of future tax revenue from a multi-year, multi-phase development dazzled and distracted us. As a result, the committee's work remains unfinished. More than half of the zoning area has been effectively ignored, and we have failed to propose a thoughtful, comprehensive zoning plan that could serve as a model for other areas of town. At our last meeting, we requested the opportunity to vote on this issue, and that request was denied. If the vote had been allowed, it would have made it clear that the majority of the committee believes that our work is not complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Our next speaker is Mary Murphy.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yep. I'm here to support the lowered max. Oh, I'm here. Hi. Oh boy, this is going to be a comedy routine. Hold on. I'm here to support the lowered maximum height of 10 stories. But what I really want to bring to everybody's mind, development, we understand what development is. I live in precinct 15. I live on Craftsland Road. I've lived here for 41 years. I'm a retired town employee. I've been on many committees over the years. We've respected each other. This is not a respected project. We have on average in this area of this project, I would say residents of 30 plus years, some as much as 75 years. They were born and raised here. This is taking money over people, and that isn't what Brookline really is. There's a balance. We don't need 16 stories, 14 stories. We need development, yes. We need to increase our tax revenue, yes. We need some help, but not at the expense of my neighbors and my friends. And what we've done by enduring traffic on Hammond Pond Parkway, Florence and Heath Street. We've shared very well with our friends in Newton about Wegmans and every other place. We have to start thinking respectfully, thoughtfully, because there is a future. And we're not thinking of the future. We're only thinking of the money. These are tumultuous times. I ask you to consider this thoughtfully and respectfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Pollock.
Oh, I'll pass it to you.
Good evening, David Pollock, Precinct 11 Town Meeting Member, Chair of the Advisory Committee's Land Use, Zoning, and Sustainability Subcommittee, member of the Community Advisory Group that's been meeting for almost 2 years on this project, and a career public architect and community planner with most of my planning being for Massachusetts municipalities, like smart growth planning, housing master planning, public buildings. I urge you not to reduce the allowable maximum height in the proposed CHC4 overlay zoning, because that would provide, in my opinion, no significant benefit while resulting in significantly poorer outcomes. Contrary to remarks that I've heard repeatedly for months, the nearly 2-year-long community advisory group process has been highly attentive to the concerns and requests of both the neighbors and the towns. And in my view, this process has really treated the neighbors and the town as the clients and not the developer. The specifics of the zoning and the proposal from City Realty have continuously adapted with direct and substantive responses. The result provides enormous deference to Heath Street, steps down significantly at the west and east ends, and is considerably open in terms of ground level pedestrian space, landscape, and tree canopy, and permeability for circulation, light, and views. Lowering the maximum height from 14 to 12 or 10 stories would be a hollow victory for the neighborhood, because it would change absolutely nothing in terms of the pedestrian experience in and around the district. Conversely, unless the allowable building area, the FAR, were also significantly reduced,
This would result in lower, fatter buildings that would clog up the public realm, taking away the very real benefits of open space, trees, landscape, light, and views. The residential condos at the top of the hotel building are the economic engine that fuels the entire city realty package. The bonus height increase from 12 to 14 stories only happens in conjunction with increasing the overall commercial percentage from 51% to 60%, dramatically increasing annual tax revenue along with a big bump in the one-time AHT contribution. And no one from EDAB has spoken yet. I hope they will. But the EDAB ad hoc subcommittee, including Ken Lewis, who served on that and also on the community advisory group, did a really careful analysis and concluded that there isn't, fat in this project. And so the very real risk of arbitrarily changing it to make it less attractive risks the project and nothing being developed and just re-tenanting the building or waiting for the opportunity to build a 40B. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Amanda Zimmerman.
Hello, I'm Amanda Zimmerman, town meeting member for Precinct 7, also a board member of Brookline for Everyone, and today just speaking for myself. I wanted to start by thanking those who spent a lot of man hours, both on the committee and on town staff, to come up with a proposal that actually made sense and was fit for purpose. Now, this area, Chestnut Hill West, as far as I can tell, was first recognized early in 2005, if not before then, as a corridor that would be ripe for mixed-use development. We absolutely need to bring this to a vote before town meeting. When discussing the scale aloud, we need not just pick a preferred height in abstract, but one that is actually feasible to build. Now, many of you guys know that I am looking to join you guys on the select board. And I bring this up only to highlight that we are about to ask voters to purposely raise their tax dollars just to level fund town and school services. Every resident I have spoken with has asked that we pursue expanding the tax base as rigorously, if not more, than going back to them for operating overrides. Let this step be the first of multiple pursuits of mixed-use development and the accompanying expansion of the tax base so that the frequency and the magnitude of the operating overrides that we ask of our constituents can be less. I urge you to put the plan before town meeting. And to be clear, when that happens, as someone who has brought articles before town meeting, there is a gauntlet of hearings that will go through in addition to all of the public hearings of the study committee leading up to this point and this committee hearing today. And so I think there is ample opportunity for those who have not made their opinions known to share them. And I urge everyone to at least give town meeting the opportunity to bring forth a really valuable piece of economic development that should be bringing in at least $5 million a year, not in time for this operating override, but hopefully in time for the next one or the one after that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. Our next speaker is Jonathan Klein.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Klein, town meeting member, Precinct 17, member of the Housing Advisory Board, board member of Brookline for Everyone, and speaking only for myself. I want to speak in strong support of the Chestnut Hill articles as they have been proposed and urge this board not only to advance them, but to strongly support them. In my view, this proposal presents a rare opportunity for Brookline on three crucial fronts: fiscal stability, which Amanda just spoke to very eloquently, housing, and the transformation of this aging office park into a thriving, transit-accessible mixed-use center. First, fiscal stability. The project will generate substantial recurring net new tax revenue estimated at $5.6 million per year, right? Which will help us address our structural deficit. That is huge. And I think we cannot ignore that. We need sustainable long-term revenue growth, or we will start shrinking as a community, not growing as a community. And this is the kind of structural solution we need and should be pursuing. Second, housing. This redevelopment will add more than 250 new homes, including affordable units on site, in a place that can support that growth. Near transit, jobs, infrastructure. In a largely built-out town, opportunities to add housing at this scale are not very common. In addition, this project, and this is very meaningful to me personally, will generate $11 million for the Affordable Housing Trust to support deeply affordable housing that the HAB can help create. And I think that that is potentially transformative. And that combination, units on site, more housing, more deeply affordable housing, is critical. Third, transformation. Transforming this 1960s office park that is dominated by low-rise buildings and single uses and parking into something that can be a thriving district with a park, with open space, with retail, with housing, with medical offices, with people living there, I think is a huge opportunity for the town. And I think passing that by would be a huge mistake. So I urge you to support the proposals that are on the table, to support them enthusiastically, to look forward. I am very respectful and cognizant of the concerns that the community has. I think they have been worked out and dealt with and discussed a lot over the last 2 years. And I think it's important to remember that the neighborhood has a voice, and they have had a very strong voice in, as David Pollack eloquently said, refining the proposal, but not a veto. And we need to think about the interests of the 63,000 residents of Brookline in moving this forward to enhance our future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Dave Porter.
Thanks, Dave.
Bernard, your copy is in your inbox. Good evening. I'm Dave Porter, town meeting member of Precinct 6, chair of the Shared Mobility Advisory Committee. My kids go to Runkle, and the plan is for them to go to Brookline High. I own and reside with my family on Clark Road, across from the old... I own and reside with my family, thank you, on Clark Road, across from the old Maimonides Beat building, where I have recent experience walking the walk for positive change in my own front yard. I'll be speaking tonight on behalf of myself and 228 other Brookline residents, including 118 town meeting members, who have signed this petition, which you have in front of you, in favor of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Project before you tonight. The petition reads as follows. To the members of the Brookline Select Board, we urge you to put the 3 articles recommended by the Planning Department for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area onto the town meeting warrant for May 2026 town meeting without change. After over 2 years of effort, these articles can help address our fiscal challenges, allow almost 250 units of housing, and lead to a new vibrant neighborhood for all of Brookline to enjoy. More information about the plan is contained in the study committee's presentation to the Select Board on February 3rd, 2026. The trade-offs necessary to make this possible have been carefully negotiated, and it's time to bring this opportunity to town meeting. Thank you, Select Board members, for your consideration.
Thank you, Dave. Our next speaker is Gary Schiffman.
Select Board members, my name is Gary Schiffman. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 9. I'm on the board of Brookline for Everyone, and I speak only for myself tonight. I'm speaking in favor of the warrant articles necessary to permit the development at Chestnut Hill West that has resulted from years of negotiation. The current terms of the deal are very familiar to you all and have been rehearsed tonight. The politics of this development proposal are also familiar to you as well. In fact, they are familiar to politicians everywhere. Some, but not all, of the local abutters would prefer that the project sited on a state highway in a busy commercial area be much smaller than the negotiated deal. They are a small minority of taxpayers in town, but they care a lot, and I understand that. And they will go to great lengths to prevent the development that causes them aesthetic displeasure, personal inconvenience, and potentially a loss of real estate value. Disputable, maybe. The vast majority of taxpayers, actually all taxpayers in Brookline, would benefit greatly from the proposed development in well-documented and clearly articulated ways: more commerce, more housing, more tax revenue, fewer overrides. It's obvious to me personally that you as local officials should support this deal. But in many places, officials think that if a small group of people with a vested interest make a lot of noise, they should, and they deserve, a hearing. They should get something for their trouble. This is what social scientists call a problem of collective action, or more prosaically, clientelist politics. A small group that cares a lot can often outweigh the interests of a large group that is diffuse and not well represented. Happens all the time. In fact, James Madison called it the power of factions, and as you know, it worried him deeply. We may always hope to secure a better deal than the one that's on the table, the one that's already negotiated. But in this case, that would likely mean a result that is worse for the town as a whole, for the 63,000, the community as a whole. It would mean a smaller development, less revenue, and so on. It would also be dangerous to renegotiate at this time. As I understand it from reading the Brookline News and other sources, City Realty has filed for a 40B exemption from local zoning. If the select board chooses to walk away from the current deal, which includes a tax minimum worth millions for the city, City Realty can choose to do what is in their actual economic interests, which is to simply build high-priced condos on the property with a set aside for affordable housing as stipulated by state law. I personally am in a distinct minority in thinking, fine, we need housing so desperately I could live with it. But that's not what's best for the town, and I recognize that. You as executives of the town should also not be okay with that outcome, because I believe you will have to answer to the voters whose property taxes and rents will go up if you make the attempt to squeeze a little more juice from a deal that's already been made. That would decrease the value to the town or maybe scuttle the deal entirely. And it would be done to appease a small group of people at the cost of the large group of people. Again, a classic dilemma in democratic politics. In my view, this is a classic political situation. You have a choice between the common good and appeasing a small group. In Brookline, at least, it is a good bet that the unattending majority of citizens will be aware of the outcome one way or another. So I encourage you to support the deal as negotiated.
And folks, I just want to, thank everyone for your efficiency and patience in response to this. But I do just want to caution you that if you're sitting out here and you're speaking above a whisper, we can hear you and it can get picked up by the mics. So just be sure if you're having conversations out there, please keep it to a quiet whisper. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gary. Next up is Deborah Tamoulis.
She was, but I don't see her anymore.
All right, Deborah, we might come back to you later. Our next speaker is Louis Edgers.
Can you hear me? I think you can hear me, but not see me. Can you disable my video, enable my video?
You should be able to.
Nope. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
See you too.
Okay, I think we're all set.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, my name is Lou Edgers. I live at 26 Craftsland Road in Precinct 15. I strongly object to the overlay district zoning proposal for the following reasons. The overall density as measured by FAR, floor area ratio, and the maximum allowable building height is excessive. The maximum height of 150 to 175 feet, corresponding to 14 stories or more, will adversely affect the abutters, the neighborhood, and the town at large. The highest building in Brookline in the built in Brookline in the past 50 years is the Hilton Garden in Brookline Village, approximately 10 stories high. The proposed zoning overlay will set a precedent for the entire town, Coolidge Corner, Washington Square, etc., that's way out of character with large adverse effects. Secondly, there are significant potential traffic impacts. You've heard a bit about them. The area is already overwhelmed by poor traffic flow on Route 9, Hammond Street, and at key intersections. I reviewed the Kittleson traffic study for this project and compared it with the Van Ness study prepared just a year before for the Route 9 Hammond Street project. The earlier project recognized numerous locations in the immediate area with F level of service. F level, that's failing. Even before the impact of any new development in Chestnut Hill, this hasn't been recognized in the current studies. Thirdly, and very importantly, poor process. I have lived in Brookline since 1973 and have participated in a number of processes related to town planning and infrastructure. A short list includes Lost Pond Conservation Area, the site selection for the DPW Hammond Street facility, the front landfill, now Skyline Park, and back landfill, now DPW transfer station, and was even involved in negotiations for Chestnut Hill Square. These projects were complicated and required a lot of compromise to arrive at solutions that satisfied the basic needs of all constituencies. All these projects left me with a very good sense of meaningful citizen participation and respect by and for the interested parties. Not at all for this particular study. My neighbors and I have attended numerous meetings over the last 2 years and have been very clear about concerns for the adverse effects of project mass and traffic. These concerns are only minimally addressed in the draft documents. In many ways, the developer, not the town, is driving the proposed rezoning, largely ignoring the needs and inputs of the neighborhood. Talk about deals as negotiated by some of the earlier speakers. That's offensive. In closing, my neighbors and I are not opposed to developing the Chestnut Hill commercial site. We would support reasonable site development and have stated publicly that a more modest project with perhaps a 10-story height limit would be welcomed and would serve the town as well as the neighborhood. The current proposal fails.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much for hearing from me. How do you like that for timing?
All right.
All right, thank you, Lewis. Our next speaker is Carol Gladstone.
Good evening. That's all right. Hi, my name is Carol Gladstone. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 2, a member of the HAB, and also a member of the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. But of course, I'm speaking for myself tonight. This feels like a watershed moment for the Select Board and for the town. We all know we need commercial development to generate tax revenue. We also know the opportunities for commercial development at scale are few and far between. And this may be the only one that can happen anytime soon. This board appointed an exceptional committee of both neighbors, and thank you guys for the work you've spent, and people who bring in industry expertise. They worked on this complex problem with our very capable staff, and the outcome was the zoning proposal that you are looking at today. This can deliver an enormous amount for the town and for this part of town. Each piece has been looked at closely, and actually, as I'm listening here tonight, there's a lot of consensus in almost all of it. There is a very good reason for the proposed height limits and the height bonuses, which have been explained to you by committee members in presentations and I think in letters. And the bottom line is a reduction in the height will mean a reduction in commercial development and the very thing that we're seeking. This would truly be a lost opportunity. This zoning proposal deserves to be moved forward to town meeting as it was submitted to you. It will no doubt be vigorously debated, and perhaps through that debate, it will change. But I believe it would be a disservice to the town to make that decision preemptively tonight. I urge you just to move this forward tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Next up is Tracy Barney.
Folks, we've been doing so well on the comments after. Please keep that to a minimum. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tracy Barney.
and I live at 693 Heath Street. And the reason I'm here tonight is to ask you to amend the zoning that you put forth to have 14 stories. I am a direct abutter to the new project. There's a small house, and then mine is right next to it. First of all, I just want to say, somebody mentioned something about being dangerous. Dangerous is when you are trying to get down Heath and go down Tully to get onto Route 9. I try to do that every day. That's what's dangerous. The traffic is out of sight. I just don't understand how this is going to be able to work with all the rest of all the new housing development, and they're putting the cars underneath. I just don't understand how it's going to work. That's why I'm here tonight. And I want to thank all the people that have in my neighborhood, my family and friends that have worked on all this. I appreciate it. And the board also. That's what I just want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Our next speaker is Joseph Bullard.
My name is Joseph Bullard. I live at 717 Heath Street. I'm not a direct abutter, but there's only about 8 houses between me and the project. And I'd like to say that I don't know how much familiarity there is between you people, except for John Vinskoyak and Mike Salmon and town meeting members from the rest of the town. But it's an older wood frame type neighborhood that has some single-story houses, some 2-story houses, some 3-story houses, but the average is about 2.5 stories wood frame building. Excuse me. And the minimum suggested height for this new project is 10 stories. That's 4 times the height of the buildings that are the nearest abutters. And I think that people that look at this neighborhood and where the 10-story buildings are going to go are looking at the building on Tully Street, which is at the east end of this project, but the west end of everything that's the nearest neighborhood to us on Heath Street. And I think that they think that a 10-story building is not much bigger than a 6-story building that is at 615 Heath Street, but it's 4 times the height of our neighborhood. The street is very, very, very narrow, can't support much traffic. And I just hope that the Board of Selectmen will send something to town meeting that will ask that the lower request is honored at town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Our next speaker is George Cole. We can afford George a bit more time because I believe he'll be speaking in his capacity with EDAB. 2 more minutes, so kind of 5. Yes.
Hi, my name is George Cole. I'm a member of EDAB. I was chair of the ad hoc committee from EDAB appointed to assess the proposed redevelopment and rezoning of Chestnut Hill Office Park. And I am a resident of Chestnut Hill and a 25-year member of the Brookline Building Commission. I was introduced to this rezoning as a member of EDAB and asked with 3 other members to assess the development feasibility and the reasonableness of the proposed rezoning. My co-members of the ad hoc subcommittee were Cindy Silk, Ken Lewis, and Mark Bearer. Between us, we have over 100 years of large-scale urban and suburban real estate development. We have all of us have had our successes and failures and knows what it takes to put together a feasible real estate development. And we're coming at it from that perspective. You know, the big idea here is really to encourage new development, as you've heard, increase tax revenues, increase housing supply, both market rate and affordable, and really improve the area around this section of Route 9, which is really kind of a wasteland at this point on Route 9, and just reinvigorate the western end of Brookline on Route 9. What we did as a subcommittee is we've worked over the last year with the developer and the developer's consultants to do a financial assessment of the feasibility of this development. Development, as you know, right now is very difficult to underwrite. And we looked at both development costs and potential development revenues and overall feasibility. We met with the community review committee, staff, developers, and neighbors. We focused on development economics and feasibility. And the proposed rezoning makes development feasible, possible, and probably probable, but not assured. It's a very difficult environment to develop real estate, as you know. The proposed program of condominiums and hotels for the first building is about as feasible in this environment as you can get. But still, it's a big leap. But if there was to be a development program that would succeed, that would be it. We felt that observing the process, we thought the process was thorough. There were compromises on both sides. And it seems to us that it's really distilled down to a controversy on height. Clearly, there's concerns about density and adjacencies, but height seems to be a surrogate for discomfort with the proposed development. I personally have been there many times because height is a real hot button with development. I was the fee developer of Brookline Place. As you know, that height was very controversial at the time. I would say that for most people, if there were another 2 stories on to Brookline Place today, most people wouldn't even notice. But at the time, it was a huge hot button. Same with the Hilton Garden Inn, huge hot button height. But once it's built, you really notice what's on the ground plane, not what's up in the air. The 3 typical issues with height: shadow, wind, and views and light blocked. None of those issues hit the proposed development on the Chestnut Hill Office Park site because it's north of all the residences. There's no shadow impact, there's no wind impact, and light and views are not blocked. So it's become a surrogate for other concerns about the overall development, which I understand. So then the issue of height becomes subjective. I don't like it. It doesn't fit in. I feel uncomfortable with it. I get that too. It's a big change. But in terms of actual effect on adjacent properties, it's not what we typically hear. So if height is reduced, feasibility declines, marginal revenues decline from the most valuable space being developed, and tax revenues decline with the reduction in area.
Your time is up.
Okay. So it's a trade-off. Do you accept additional height or do you forego additional tax revenues and housing? Thank you.
Thank you, George. Our next speaker is Martha Jurchek.
I love going after George. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Martha Yurchak. I've been a resident in Brookline for 40 years, nearly 20 at the current location on Heath Street. I live in Precinct 15. I agree with the comments of many of my neighbors, especially with regard to height. I support rezoning at the site for realistic commercial development and housing. I want to add a bit of additional information. The first is in regard to what some have characterized as the neighborhood intransigence. At an earlier stage of this 2-year-plus process, the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Advisory Group asked RKG to consider financial viability for redevelopment of the Chestnut Hill Office Park, and their initial report recommended heights around 6 to 7 stories. After sale of the property to City Real Estate Management, a plan for 20, 18, and 16-story buildings was proposed. The neighborhood collected signatures from 36 residents who supported, quote, heights generally consistent with the current zoning, roughly 7 stories. Subsequent review by EDAB members concluded that market conditions required more height, FAR, for redevelopment to be viable. Increasing building height beyond 7 stories required more expensive steel high-rise construction. Since the neighborhood does support redevelopment of the Chestnut Hill commercial area, the neighborhood developed a consensus to support increased height consistent with the Gateway East zoning between Boylston Street and Pearl Street, which we understand is 8 stories with an allowable height of 115 feet. We note that the neighbors are supporting heights that are significantly taller than any building nearby along Route 9. We note that the tallest nearby buildings are 5 and 6 stories along Hammond Pond Parkway and the 6-story building at Route 9 and Hammond Street. Why does height matter? This issue reflects my concern about how development at Chestnut Hill establishes a new standard for height across Brookline. I support additional height to create housing, especially housing the town employees can afford, along with viable commercial development. The zoning proposed for the Chestnut Hill commercial area has not been coordinated with a comprehensive plan across Brookline. The neighborhood is willing to do our fair share of increased development, and this zoning change should be consistent with Brookline's vision of community character and neighborhood design. I am all for Brookline for everyone and by everyone. Finally, I want to raise a concern about the evolution of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Advisory Committee from a focus on rezoning the Chestnut Hill study area to responding to the vision of one developer for a section of this area. I think the current rezoning proposal fails to consider other landowners here, as well as the development in town as a whole, as earlier stated.
Your
I
time's
also
up.
want to add. There we go.
All right, thank you, Martha. Our next speaker is Matt Hyatt.
Good evening, Matt Hyatt, town meeting member, precinct 4, chair of the planning board, appearing tonight in capacity as myself. I am one of the folks who did sign that petition. I have enjoyed the opportunity as a member of the planning board to actually work on a little bit of a workshop last week. We had a public hearing last Tuesday, at which point we could take the work that was presented to us the week before and actually thoughtfully go through it and figure out if we actually could support it as a group. I came away from that feeling as if we actually have a really great foundational zoning warrant article to start from. As you probably know, the zoning that was presented is not subject to any particular project. It may have been informed by a project, but we looked at it in isolation as zoning. Understanding that any major project would have to go through the normal project review that is part of our town process. So when it becomes a project, there would be more opportunity for scrutiny and comment and public comment and hearing as we go forward. We did have a little bit of discussion around the streetscape, street trees with the sidewalks, setbacks and step backs. We did provide that information back to the staff as a product of our meeting. And we did have some conversation about height. It was interesting, the number of buildings in Brookline, particularly on Beacon Street, that are 13 or 14 stories tall, kind of hiding in plain sight. We did ask that they maybe do an accounting of that. As you probably know, Brook House is 13 and 14 stories tall. We do have tall buildings in Brookline. Oftentimes you don't even realize it because I think what happens at the street level, as you heard tonight, is probably the most important in terms of the daily experience of folks. So in terms of the proposal to reduce it from 14 to 10, that's a missed opportunity. You've already heard this tonight. While you have a building going up, to actually increase the elevator by 4 stops, to increase the number of units by those 4 stories of units, not only adds to the feasibility, but it's actually the most cost-effective way to get additional housing in Brookline without finding another site and putting those floors someplace else. Again, the difference between 10 and 14 stories, in my opinion, is negligible in terms of the pedestrian experience. And it would be a great gateway west to Brookline to have some tall towers the same way we have the tall towers in Brookline East. I personally wish the hotel in Gateway East was about 4 or 5 stories taller. We'll also offer many members of the planning board would actually like to see additional height beyond 14. We understand why 14 is proposed. A couple members would actually like to see it less. But you'll see in the meeting notes from that meeting that our straw poll has about 5 people in support of the warrant article as written, and then 2 people who are likely going to not support it. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Our next speaker is Blair Hines.
Hi, Blair Hines. I'm a member of the planning board for over a decade, and it's very fortuitous I get to follow up on Matt's comments because I think I was one of the persons at the workshop who was dubious about the height. And I do appreciate my colleagues' comments. I think that one of the issues that affects height has to do with adjacency. And a lot of the taller buildings that you look at along Beacon Street are nearby, if not directly next to, buildings that might be 5, 6 stories high. In this situation, the nearby abutters are a 1.5 story building, a 2.5 story building, smaller residences. And I think that's needs to be considered. But I wanted to also say that as a member of the planning board, we have often advocated for zoning changes, for upzoning. And it's no surprise that typically this has been strongly resisted, even where, many of us as designers think that this is a fairly reasonable and appropriate height. And neighbors are not willing to see it that way. I think that this neighborhood, I think, has come a long way in nearly accepting a doubling of the height of the existing zoning there, which is 60 feet. And I think, as an earlier speakers have said, it really came about in terms of listening to economic viability. We did take that seriously, although our preference would be something that was more like keeping 5, 6, 7 stories at most. I think we were convinced that, in fact, that would result in this site not being redeveloped. And so we really felt like we needed to step up literally to a higher project height. And I think that we landed on the Gateway East project, which I believe is 115 feet with, I think, some additional elevation relative to utilities on the roof, as being a reasonable compromise on our parts from what we would prefer to what we think might be necessary in order to have this be redeveloped. So I thank you for considering this matter, and I don't envy your deliberation because there's a lot of competing issues here, and I do take you all at good faith in terms of your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Our next speaker is Michael Berger.
Michael Berger, Precinct 15, a town meeting member and member of the advisory board. I heard some words today that were very interesting. One of the words I didn't hear is change. It might have been said, but not very often. I think that's part of the problem in changing the any neighborhood or anything we do requires some effort. And in order to make this very difficult and worthwhile change and development, there's got to be a process that allows people to deal with the uncomfortableness of change. And I think the option of the lower height, the word height keeps coming up again and again, will make this project feasible to go through town meeting, as Neil Gordon had portended, and also be a better fit for the neighborhood. The words Gateway East, Gateway West, those are kind of planning terms. When you're in the neighborhood, you don't think you're in Gateway anything, right? So I think we have to be more neighborhood savvy. And I think the neighborhood has been very supportive of a reasonable development. The other word that's really important is sustainability. I know we have a big division of sustainability is important to the town, but in terms of a resident of the town, it's becoming less and less sustainable. So we must put together a reasonable project that benefits the neighborhood and the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Hugh Joseph.
Hugh is online. I will promote.
Am I all set?
You're all set.
Okay, sorry. I'm Hugh Joseph. I live on Hammond Street in Chestnut Hill, and I'm a town meeting member for P15. I also had number of comments about the height, which I'm not going to reiterate because they've already been stated, but there's one sort of perspective that I wanted to raise about how this discussion is going that a couple of other people have stated that it's really, money versus money going on, money that the town needs to pay for its services and money that it's going to cost by the developer to make money and lose money and so on and so forth, that we know. So why is this important? Well, because we're looking at a building and I'm looking at the sketches for it and how these buildings in their size of 3 or 4 of them really overwhelm the area around them. And so that's an oversized site. So does this matter? Well, let's look at through history. What happens when big buildings go up? Well, for millennia, as long as, thousands of years, major construction, major items have been built that overwhelm the areas, the towns and the cities around them. And those are intentional and they're very pursued and impressive. I talk about cathedrals. I talk about churches that stand out always way above the small houses below them. You have towers. You have like the Washington Monument. You have all kinds of those kinds of structures that none of them were ever built around money. And some of them have been there for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. And then we come to the middle or late part of the 20th century, and suddenly what goes up as a tall building is a skyscraper. Okay, and then suddenly it's dozens of skyscrapers. One goes up, two goes up, and sometimes they're really impressive if they're in a condensed area like downtown cities. But when you go abroad and you go into cities where much of the construction is centuries old and a brand new skyscraper goes up, it sticks out like a sore thumb. It doesn't, it's not like something of a tower. It's not like the Washington Monument. It's not like the Eiffel Tower where people will travel to go and see it. Okay, and those weren't built by money, but these were. And there's nothing to stop somebody from coming in next
Your
time.
time is up.
Okay, I'll stop from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Our next speaker is James Rourke. All right, we may have an opportunity to go back to him later. Our next speaker is Jane Flanagan.
Online.
Hi, my name is Jane Flanagan, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 15 and a member of the Chestnut Hill Advisory Group. I live at 854 Hammond Street for the record, and I want to thank the Select Board for allowing us this public hearing and providing the opportunity to voice our concerns. I agree with others who've spoken before me about the height of the building, so I'm not going to go on too much longer about that. But I do want to say the letter that you've received expresses consensus of 42 out of 45 town meeting members in precincts 14 through 16 that are opposing the height of this building. We are the neighbors that live closest to this project. As one of my neighbors in neighborhood meetings when I met with them said, if we wanted the seaport experience, we could always go to the seaport. But this scaling is too massive for this neighborhood and for Brookline in general. While the comprehensive plan advertises it isn't complete without you, make your voices heard. It is important to note that the Chestnut Hill Advisory Committee shifted from a comprehensive approach to redesigning and rezoning the entire area and focusing on one specific project and ignoring the other sub-districts in the area. We are being asked to do overlay zoning of an entire area from the Newton line west to Dunster Street east on Route 9 south. as well as a parcel on Route 9 North that includes the gas stations and CVS in the parking lot and 4 homes. The proposed rezoning needs, excuse me, to consider the entire area, not just the one side of the street, not just the one site of the office park. We only touched on the plans for Route 9 North at our last meeting. There was no substantive discussion. This is why we are asking you to pause on that Route 9 North, and we are asking you to make sure that you actually consider our concerns about the height. The issue with Route 9 North is the property owners are not even currently interested in selling and they hold long-term leases there. We do not know what else is coming to Route 9 South. So we don't know what that impact will be because we never got to discuss that. There is no current need to include Route 9 North in the plans. It still concerns me and others that this plan is not a comprehensive one for the entire area. We do not know what to expect from the other sub-districts. However, what you have in our letter reflects our consensus. Thank you for your time. I am very grateful for it, and I appreciate your willingness to hear our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Our next speaker is Sean Lynn Jones.
Thank you very much. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, town meeting member from Precinct 1. I'm also president of the Brookline Green Space Alliance and a member of the executive board of the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance, but I'm speaking solely for myself. My most fundamental recommendation is that the select board find a way to put this proposal, perhaps with some modifications, on the warrant for the May 2026 annual town meeting. I don't reach that conclusion lightly, and I've looked closely at the materials and the context here. And there are 3 reasons why I make this argument. First, the overall fiscal situation of the town is bleak. We need more revenue. As a former chair of the advisory committee, the town's finance committee, I can't remember seeing a more dire long-term outlook. That makes it incumbent upon us to look at every opportunity for additional revenue, particularly from commercial development. Second, if the town is going to ask the voters to approve an operating override, a May 2026 election, or a subsequent election, the town needs to make every effort to find other sources of revenue. So it's not telling voters that the only way we're going to balance budgets in the future is through another series of large operating overrides. We have to communicate that effectively to voters. And number 3, I think putting this on the warrant is the best way to have a debate that fully engages the community, fully engages town meeting, and also provides the opportunity for the advisory committee, every other board, committee and commission that reviews warrant articles to weigh in. And I think that will be a very valuable contribution. I'm sure the Chestnut Hill Commercial Areas Committee did a lot of work, and so did the staff, but I'm sure improvements could be made and should be made to any warrant article that is put forward at the May 26th town meeting. I will say that I urge the select board to, as my colleague from Precinct 1, Neil Gord said, choose wisely. Proponents shoot themselves in the foot when they say take it or leave it about their proposal, when they say that amendments are impossible, or when they write language to make any amendments outside the scope. There needs to be a full, robust debate before we reach a decision, and that outcome might not be no or yes, but a referral. I don't know how I'm going to vote myself, whether it will be favorable action, no action, or referral on any warrant article regarding the Chestnut Hill commercial area. But I do know I would like the opportunity to cast that vote after a reasoned and in-depth consideration and debate by town meeting. So I hope
Your
that
time is
you
up.
take that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Our next speaker is Diane Baker.
Good evening. My name is Diane Baker. My husband Ed and I live at 731 Heath Street. We've been there for 42 years. We bought a house from a retired Brookline policeman who lived there for many years before that with he and his wife with 5 children. When we were moving in from another area in Brookline with our kids, 2 kids, 8th and 9th graders. He shared with us the disappointment that he had with the town of Brookline. He said, he told us that he was quite upset about the town taking away the park at the near the down the street where the sort of unsuccessful Chestnut Hill Office Park is. The change offered really nothing to the local residents, and it seems in the end not a whole lot to Brookline. It's the same place where the town is now proposing this new Chestnut Hill commercial area. This is a neighborhood that's been a neighborhood for many years, many more than the 42 years that we've lived there. It's not just a few people who live off Route 9 who will be affected by this development. It's the needs, it wasn't just the few people who lived off at Route 9 who were affected by the loss of the playground. The needs and concerns of the residents must be taken into account as you develop this area. As has been said many times tonight, we want to support the town in favor of commercial and mixed-use development on a scale that fits into the neighborhood. Approving this current proposal will establish an unwelcome precedent in not only for our neighborhood, but for all the other, for the whole of Brookline as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Our next speaker is Greg Hoffman.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Greg Hoffman. I live in precinct 15 at 725 Heath Street with my wife, Stephanie Walker. I want to sort of address the fact that the neighborhood has really been in support of reasonable and responsible development of this parcel from the beginning. And in particular, at the beginning of this process, the neighborhood really and quite unanimously supported the recommendations of the RKG study that suggested this parcel could be developed to meet the needs of the town and in a financially viable way with, as you've heard, 6 or 7 stories. I think the goal of a zoning process is really to incentivize the interests of the town and ensure that development is aligned with those interests. And as you've heard, that has been really to increase the commercial tax base and to address sort of housing shortages within the town. Unfortunately, I think the way this zoning process has been run has really been reactive to the narrow interests of a single developer, rather than really taking into account the broad interests of the town and considering the entire Chestnut Hill commercial area, as you heard earlier from Jane Flanagan. And so the reason that this proposal has lost support of the neighborhood is not because the neighborhood is opposed to development in this area. In fact, it's not in the neighborhood interest to have a vacant commercial space in our neighborhood. We really want a vibrant development here. But I think what has happened is the process has been really hijacked by a particular developer. I would really encourage the select board to consider the fact that this is really because we haven't done a proactive zoning process that would really incentivize the right partner for Brookline. And I would argue that the developer that we have now is not the right partner for the development of this parcel. And that's really because this process hasn't been done in a comprehensive way. I think the neighborhood feels that they have not really received the information that we've asked for, in particular, the financial models to justify both making this viable for the developer as well as the tax revenue that this would generate. I think that there's real concern that the increase in the residential development will require additional services for the town, and that this really will not realize the tax benefits that are being asserted by the developer. I think that this is something that really should be addressed and really reflects, again, the process. Getting to the comments from the gentleman from Newton, the fact that our neighbors in Newton were not addressed in terms of some of the traffic mitigation processes really reflects how the neighborhood has felt in terms of how our children who are walking to and from the Sewell preschool area, as well as getting back and forth from the high school, have felt in terms of the fact that we have not really addressed the traffic impacts and the mitigation and how those will be mitigated.
Your time is
in a
up.
realistic way. So thank you. I, in conclusion, really support reconsidering zoning of this entire area in a comprehensive way, as Jane suggested.
Thank you, Greg. Our next speaker is Susan Dietz.
I'm Susan Datz. I live at 727 Heath Street. I did send you a letter. I'm not going to reiterate what I said. I'm just here in support of my neighbors who have just spoken. We have a wonderful neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years, and I hope you'll reconsider what Greg just said and many of my other neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is Katha Seidman.
Good evening. My name is Katha Seidman. I'm town meeting member precinct 2. I'm on the Brookline Arts Commission and a board member of Brookline for Everyone, though tonight I speak only for myself. Since the great downzoning of the early 1970s, Brookline has neglected to add the kind of housing and commercial development our growing population and our town's fiscal health required. 20 years ago, our last comprehensive plan promoted the development of Chestnut Hill commercial area and other large sites in Brookline. 2 years ago, the Select Board approved the housing production plan, which also supported incentivizing development on this and other sites. And finally, I am sure everyone here knows, as we have heard many times tonight, almost 2 years ago, the Select Board appointed a committee charged with finding the best way to develop this area so the town could begin to address its fiscal deficit by incentivizing commercial and other development on this significantly underutilized site. In the almost 2 years since the committee's kickoff, there have been many site visits, 19 public hearings, along with more informal meetings, many hours of staff and consultant time, and presentations along the way to the Select Board, EDAB, and the HAB and the Planning Board, all devoted to designing both the specific project on the city realty lot as well as drafting the 4 overlay district regulations. It's well past time to permit the revitalization of this large site and the others across our town, so Brookline can finally realize new tax revenue while providing additional housing the town so desperately needs, including deed-restricted affordable housing. The city realty proposal and the zoning proposed in the overlay districts are exactly the kind of feasible, well-designed, well-vetted upgrades Brookline should encourage. I understand that 14 stories may seem out of scale with what exists nearby. But my actual experience of living in a single-family district within 1 to 2 blocks of many tall buildings, most of them in Boston, is defined by what I see and experience at street level. Tree-canopied parks and front yards, shaded sidewalks, and the interesting ground-level residences, offices, and shop windows that make every walk from Comm Ave to Coolidge Corner an engaging experience. Sacrificing public open space for a lower building with a larger footprint would make the street level more isolating, repetitive, and canyon-like. Placemaking happens at street level. And to the extent zoning can incentivize placemaking, the proposed overlay districts do a remarkably good job. I'm asking the Select Board to support this opportunity for Brookline to upgrade one of its most important large sites and advance the planning department's recommended
Your time is up.
CHCA articles to town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Katha. Our next speaker is Zaina Talji.
Good evening. Thanks for holding the public hearing this evening. My name is Zaina Talje. I'm a resident of Coolidge Corner, and I serve on EDAB, and I've also served on the Community Advisory Group, and I'm also a developer. I wanted to show up here tonight just to reassure everyone that the process of vetting this master plan has been extensive. I've sat in meetings for the last 2 years. We've looked at the planning, we've looked at feasibility. We've been a community of neighbors as well as experts from the city of Brookline who have scrutinized this proposal and in no way are serving the interest of one developer. But what I do know is that we need to modernize and update our zoning throughout Brookline. And Chestnut Hill is just an example of maybe potentially how we go about doing it. I support the warrant article, and I have to say that I think tonight we're agreeing on a number of things. We're agreeing that we need to reshape our zoning so that we can open it up to a more mixed-use development. That was not the case with the kind of how Chestnut Hill was originally imagined, because it really was primarily a commercial area. But we're hearing from everyone the importance of having housing that can serve a large number of people at different income levels. And we're also recognizing that we do need more height because we're running out of land and there's no way to make up new parcels. And the new height reality is something that we're facing everywhere. I look across the river at Cambridge, in Somerville, they've had investment in biotech, which is a market that has left the station today in Boston, but it will come back. If we don't think about the next 10 years, we won't, and start making change now with our zoning, we won't be in a position to reap the benefits of that increased tax base that we're all looking for. I also want to be really sensitive and respectful to the neighbors who will have to put up with construction cranes, delivery trucks, noise, and I want to make sure that we continue to refine this master plan beyond arguing over height. My concern is that if we chop a few floors off, we just will have a project that's not feasible. I would much rather see community engagement, ensure that our pedestrian experience in public spaces at the ground level and active retail serves the community. I'd love to see a daycare center, services that truly support the neighborhood, and negotiate over those components than to really make height the only negotiable ticket. And just to reiterate, the entire site is not expected to be 14 stories tall. It's a bell curve. 14 is with bonus. So there's a lot of nuances to how zoning happens and incentives are put in place that can really inform some of the concerns.
Your time is up.
I've heard people come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zaina. I do want to say, though, she was given 3 minutes. All right, so we did give George Cole 5 as a member of EDAB. So if you want a couple more minutes, you can go ahead and use them.
I think I've covered all of it, but I really just want to go back to the concern I have over reducing height. I encourage you as guardians of our town and our budgets to look closely at the financial feasibility that George talked about. This was based on real data, real numbers, and it's not rocket science to figure out how to add up numbers and see how they balance against income and rents and cost of housing. But we're increasingly in a very tricky point in time. Seaport was zoned during the subprime mortgage debacle, and then it took off. I think what I really want to emphasize here is that a decision today will take 10 years for us to see an actual result. And that's the kind of timeline we're looking for. So if we continue to delay this, we're just delaying an opportunity to see some of that tax revenue take shape. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaina. Our next speaker is Bia Einstein, or Ben Einstein.
Hi, my name is Ben. I don't have expertise in traffic. I don't have relationships with Newton or expertise in that. I don't have expertise in architecture or urban planning. I'm just a guy who lives in Brookline, who is trying to support his wife through school, who can barely afford it because of housing costs. I'm also part of a lonely generation that needs third spaces and places to be in public. This project seems like it would be a great step to all of those. More tax money, more housing is cheaper housing, and more third spaces. if I have any hope of staying in Brookline, I need this project and I need others like it. When you're talking about building housing and affordable housing, money versus people is a false dichotomy. We need money so that we can have people. It seems like there was an exhaustive process by a really knowledgeable group of people, and I'm really grateful for them. It seems like they've determined that 14 stories is minimum for real commercial viability. So I urge you to please put the unchanged proposal to town meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Our next speaker is Deborah Brown.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Brown, Brookline resident for almost 25 years now. I am on the board of the Brookline Community Development Corporation, as well as Brookline for Everyone, and I am speaking in my individual capacity as a Brookline resident. I strongly support the special overlay zoning as written. It's an opportunity for Brookline. It's an opportunity that we have historically passed on, and we're not going to get many more. I've looked at the site proposal again and again. I've gone through and listened to some of the feedback from folks. And, you know, it seems like a reasonable opportunity for the broader community. We can't get wedded to underutilization of our limited natural resources as a way to live. It's killing us. It is financially killing us. As I look at this as that once in a generation opportunity, I'm thinking about the economic development as an elderly person who is paying taxes, whose income may not be extremely fixed, but it is fixed. And as taxes go up, I have to struggle with that. It's an opportunity for affordable housing. When I hear $11 million going into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and 20 units of affordable, deed-restricted affordable housing, you know one of the things I think about? When I look at this group, I comment to somebody, you know what? I'm the only Black face in the room. And you say, well, what does that have to do with this? Well, here's part of what happens. When you open things up, then you get greater diversity. You get different ideas. But one of the things that Brookline always talks about being is a community committed to diversity and inclusion. That's racial, that's economic. This is probably going to be the biggest opportunity over the next 10 years to have that impact. And so when we talk about the impact that it had, the negative impact that it's going to have on people, I want you to think about the positive impact, the life-changing impact that this kind of development can have for families that literally will never have such an opportunity if we continue with the status quo. So let's not stand in the way of potential success. Let's think about the greater good. Let's think about all our neighbors, the haves and the have-nots. It's our chance to make Brookline more inclusive,
Your time is
more
up.
affordable. So I ask you all, be brave.
Thank you, Deborah. Our next speaker is Charles Homer.
Yes, good evening. My name is Charles Homer, a resident and town meeting member for Precinct 8, chair of the Advisory Council on Public Health. Speaking for myself, I was reluctant to speak tonight because the select board is very familiar with how I feel about housing in our community. I've spoken many times about the importance of housing as it relates to our comprehensive health improvement plan for the community. However, I have another hat that I also wear, which is that I have served as Assistant Secretary for Health, overseeing the federal government's anti-poverty programs, and have worked at Economic Mobility Pathways, an organization committed to helping people get out of poverty. Matt Desmond has recently written a whole book on poverty in the United States. And in fact, poverty is a policy choice in our country. And the reason that we continue to have poverty is communities such as Brookline put walls around our community that keep people out. The sociologist Richard Reeves has called this dream hoarding. Those of us who have access to schools, who have access to the kinds of safety and communities that we live in, put walls around it and make it difficult to change by preserving our community character. The opportunity we have here at this current proposed development reflected in the zoning is, as Deborah Brown said, the best opportunity we have to enhance opportunity and access to our community that we have seen in many years and we will likely to see in many years. So on behalf, let me also point out that there have been a number of recent articles by Raj Chetty and his colleagues that say the best way for children of low income to advance over the course of their lives is to live in the kinds of diverse communities where there are high opportunities such as Brookline is. So again, I urge you to put this before us at town meeting in the fall so that we can prove the doubters such as Matt Desmond wrong and say we are in fact not a community that's putting walls around us, and we are encouraging not just for our whole community, which people have spoken, but in fact our region and our nation to be a beacon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. Our next speaker is Roger Blood. Roger, are you going to be speaking on behalf of the HAB or? All right, so 5 minutes for Roger.
Thank you, David. Good evening. I'm Roger Blood. I'm chair of the HAB and speaking for the HAB, for your HAB. The Housing Advisory Board actually met and discussed and voted twice on the Chestnut Hill West proposal and the Chestnut Hill Office Park, CHOP. Both times enthusiastic and unanimous in support of the plans. The first time it was for the City Realty proposal for the near-term development that's well along the way. And the second time it was for the overall zoning of the larger Chestnut Hill West area. In the second vote, we were particularly a new thing we looked at was the in the rest of the area, an opportunity for affordable housing to be developed for the first time under what's generally known as a density bonus. And it would be an example of an affordable housing overlay district where some additional height would be granted if there were up to 50% affordable housing to be included in that zone. But I think we're talking more about the first City Realty development this evening. And the HAB is very supportive of this for a lot of reasons. Obviously, we're housing focused, and this development offers almost anything we could consider with regard to housing. But when a proposal like this comes along, and there's not very many, we're really also happy to look at the fact that there's more than housing involved here, and there are town goals expressed in a variety of plans and documents relating to fiscal advantages that will come out of this that you've already heard about tonight, and mixed use and commercial development. This is a wonderful mix of both commercial and housing. The great advantage for the housing is, again, within that, a considerable variety where, as you have already heard, there are both rental, affordable on-site housing, 21 units in one of the buildings. It's not the first phase, but it's there, 21 units out of 140 rental apartments. And then in the most interesting and the most discussed this evening as well, building A, I believe, is the mixed use highest building on the site that includes both a 200-room hotel combined with, and this was a new word for us, but it's pretty obvious what it means, amenitized condominiums atop the upper floors of the building that's combining a hotel and luxury condominiums. One example of this that many of us are familiar with in Boston, of course, is the old Ritz-Carlton when it was redeveloped. This is an important part of the site because it's getting an advancement of our overall housing production goals. Obviously, we're interested in affordable housing and deed restricted housing. But as you've already heard, in the case of the condominiums, and there's 126 of them, which normally would have produced under our inclusionary zoning 19 on-site units. The long discussions and analysis, and I think in the outcome from the HAB's perspective and hopefully from the town's eventually, is that it's really in the town's best interest from a housing perspective for that particular building and those condominiums to be generating the nearly $11 million from that development for the housing trust as a cash payment, which would come in $87,000 on the average for each of the 126 units in the property. That will produce, by conservative estimates and based upon our looking at the recent track record of the Affordable Housing Trust, anywhere from 80 to 100 new deed restricted affordable units at the time and the place that the town feels it would best serve the town through mission-based developers, nonprofits, or the Brookline Housing Authority. One other aspect of this that hasn't been mentioned yet that I think is worth noting, we've heard for as many years as I can remember, why isn't Brookline developing in a more geographically dispersed manner throughout the town its housing, and especially its affordable housing? And if you look at a map, and some of us that went last night to the comprehensive planning event, which was terrific, Paul, thank you.
Your time is up.
That. This property will, when developed with its affordable housing, contribute considerably, not just in total, but to the diversity of affordable housing, including in Chestnut Hill, and not far from where I live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Our next speaker is Alyssa Plazania.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to be off unmuted. So Elisa Plazanja, I'm a 30-year resident of Precinct 8, but for 13 years, my parents lived in the west building of Hammondswood, which is at 629 Hammond, which is actually on Heath Street, adjacent to the Holyhood Cemetery and this proposed project. So I've spent a lot of time in this area, and I think this project sounds great in concept. I mean, who wouldn't want more housing and mixed use development with more open space and more tax dollars coming in? But from a practical perspective, based on the many years I have spent in this area, I cannot imagine how this area is going to be able to absorb the increased traffic that would be created by the proposed density. As it is, Route 9 and Hammond is a pinch point that is a nightmare during rush hour, and that's morning and night. I honestly had to laugh at the rendering on page 28 of the presentation that shows such light traffic during broad daylight in that section of Route 9 that area is never not bumper to bumper traffic. If I understood the comments at the start of this meeting, there was a traffic study is underway but has not been completed, and which, if that's true, that's sort of mind-blowing. And the alleged traffic mitigation plans that have been discussed sound completely impractical. I get that it's a great location with access to transit, but this is still very much a suburban location, and I expect that residents would still rely on cars. And that needs to be anticipated along with the stream of delivery vehicles that is part of the delivery economy we live in: UPS, FedEx, Uber Eats, DoorDash, all day long, sometimes all night long. I realize that a lot of work and good faith effort has been invested in this proposal to date, but absent a thorough analysis of the traffic issues, which are very, very, very real and would only get worse, to me, this proposal seems like not ready for prime time. And I don't think it should be put forward to town meeting until the traffic issues have been fully vetted and there's a realistic plan for how they're going to be mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. And that is our final speaker for the public hearing. So I'm curious about whether any other select board members have some thoughts. Paul?
David, I have a question.
Sure.
Maybe is George Cole still here? Or someone from maybe the planning department, could answer this, come up and answer this question. It's an easy question. That could be a lie. First, thank you, George, thank you. Several times it's been referenced that RKG did a study and they said that the financial feasibility was 6 to 8 stories. Could someone help me understand what RKG study was, how they concluded, and why we've got a different proposal?
So RKG's, it was sort of a preliminary concept based on, we'd come through the community engagement process. We'd received input on sort of what people would be comfortable with in terms of height, and there were a lot of references to existing height precedents. And then we also had just concluded the real estate market analysis, which identified sort of the most likely potential commercial uses that we could see in Chestnut Hill. So RKG took sort of a preliminary stab at sort of like, this is what, you know, the Chestnut Hill Office Park as the catalytic parcel in the study area might lend itself to in terms of development. I believe that scheme also included like a 2-story lab building. I think ultimately, if we had continued to sort of work on that specific example, it would have been refined, and I'm certain that the EDAB subcommittee would have also had amendments to that, and it would have modified and changed as we were looking at more financial feasibility. So I would say, you know, and at that point, City Realty had a redevelopment concept that they were ready to present publicly. So we no longer had to talk about the Chestnut Hill Office Park in an abstract way. We had a developer's proposal and the financial feasibility that they were presenting to consider.
Okay, but according to this, RKG was 100% off, almost 100% off, from 6 to 8 to now we're at 14 to 15.
And I believe that there wasn't a one particular scheme. There were a set of different scenarios at different scales that they were presenting for the purpose of discussion and then further refinement.
Okay. And David, could I ask one more question?
Go ahead, Paul.
It's probably for George, or maybe whoever can answer it. I've heard much about the value of the top 2 floors of the tall building. That, you know, floor 13 and 14 is where the money is. I assume these are very, very expensive. Someone mentioned the Ritz-Carlton. Who mentioned the Ritz-Carlton? Roger, the Ritz-Carlton. That's what we need in Brookline. You know, concierge, whatever, at the top. And I understand that as you go up in height, the value of those units increases. Is that true? Okay.
Typically, yes.
Typically. So, I'm not gonna have judgment yet. I have some judgment about this, but I'm not gonna yet. If the building's 12 stories, is floor 11 and 12 still very valuable because it's the top?
Sure.
Sure. Is it much less valuable than floors if there was no 13 and 14th floor? Are they still very valuable?
Of course.
Of course. Okay.
But you're talking about additional units.
Yeah, I understand.
You know, you're not just.
Yeah,
you know.
but what I was told that they go up by like 3%. So it goes up like 2 or 3% per floor. Is this true?
There are different pricing strategies, but typically there are incremental increases as you get up in height.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions or comments? John?
Simply to thank the committee that worked on this, thank the neighbors, thank everyone who's here tonight. I have to say, in recent weeks and months, sometimes we have meetings where almost nobody comes and we feel very lonely, and we didn't feel lonely tonight. So, and I'm going to take advantage, if I may, of a personal privilege, which is to thank the person who is taking care of the home that we first had as our first home in Brookline, where our 2 kids were born. And I am so thrilled that that house is still there. I get a kick out of just driving by it, and don't think me weird if I drive by your house a lot, but it's a wonderful neighborhood. And we've heard from people in the neighborhood tonight how much they love that neighborhood. And this is, it's one of those moments when you realize the political can be very, very personal. I'm going to add one more personal note, which is George is a neighbor of mine. So, I mean, how many connections can you have personally to an issue? In this case, I feel like I've never had as many personal connections to an issue as this one. It's not going to be an easy one to decide, but hearing from everyone tonight has made it, I think, a little bit easier to at least assure ourselves that we've allowed everyone to speak. We've allowed everyone to express their views. We on the select board are going to have to balance this very carefully in the decision we make. I have a feeling that this is going to turn out well for Brookline, whether it's 14 or whether it's 12. I think it's going to turn out well for Brookline, largely because of the participation of people such as spoke tonight. So thank you.
Well, thanks, John, for your comments. So I will share just a little bit of commentary. And like John, I want to thank everybody for coming out. It takes time to do this. I know I've been through, a neighborhood issue with development that was really concerning for neighbors. So I really understand how you're feeling and how it can feel daunting and insurmountable. But I also want to thank City Realty and their council, town council, former town council, as well as Bobby Allen's law firm. They do a great job and they know how to navigate things. And like John said, there is a solution here. I don't think I can speak for myself. I can't imagine not putting something on the warrant. I do think something needs to go on the warrant. We do need to bring something before town meeting. Neil Gordon hinted at this. There's trouble with reaching the level of support that you would need to pass this particular solution, this proposal at town meeting. I believe that's probably true based on the feedback. I'm with Michael. I benefited from being able to help pass the MBTA Communities Act, so I understand what it takes to get to a 2/3 vote. It's hard. Takes a tremendous amount of work. And I have a very strong sense that we're not there yet. But I do think that the opportunity is before us, the way Deb said. Much of what Brookline for Everyone has said, we need housing. I've heard others say we need commercial development, but we also need, livable communities that we can benefit from, that we can embrace and enjoy and make it livable. I support all of that. Ultimately, I think we need to come up with something, a solution that can get a 2/3 vote at town meeting. I absolutely believe that's there. I don't know if it's exactly what's in front of us, but I'm confident that we could get there. And I'm hoping that everybody involved will keep an open mind and find a way to find a solution. So I'm committed to helping with that. And I would be pleased to support that should I be at town meeting in May. Thank you.
I would also like to support the idea of collaboration between all sides here. I think it's critically important that we not ignore anybody's concerns, but by the same token, that we also look at the big picture about the best interests for the town. I think we can balance all of these elements effectively. I do want to point out that the neighborhood, which sometimes in these situations, people will say, oh, look at those NIMBYs, they don't want anything next to them. But here, I think they deserve a lot of credit. They are already on record saying that they would be fine with essentially doubling the current height that is allowed by zoning there. So that is already a tremendous concession on their part that we don't typically see in these types of development debates when we are looking to rezone. So they deserve a lot of credit there, and I don't think that we ought to be ignoring them when they want to ensure that their community remains livable and that it is enjoyable for visitors as well, of course. Because obviously, if this comes to pass, and I certainly hope that some variation of it does, we will want it to be attractive to those who live in the neighborhood, but also to those who will visit it, so that the commercial is vibrant and thriving. So I am cautiously optimistic that the neighborhood, City Realty, the town can come together, hopefully refine this proposal, so that we could ideally come to town meeting with a consensus, just as Paul and Michael worked so hard on with the MBTCA consensus plan that passed overwhelmingly. That's the model that I would like to see happen here, and I'm hopeful that we can achieve it, but it is going to take some further negotiation and give and take by all three of these parties that I just referenced. Michael?
So first of all, since I've been involved with the community advisory group since my election in May, I have had the privilege and the honor to engage with members of the community, with the members of City Realty, with my colleagues on the select board, and also especially with the members of our town staff in the planning department. And while I would like to thank you all personally and recognize the comments of my colleagues, I also particularly want to recognize our town staff who have been balancing a very complex set of trade-offs in the development of this space, which, as has been mentioned, has been on the town's plate for over 20 years. And like my colleagues, I am excited and looking forward to this coming to fruition and coming to town meeting this May. The trade-offs that the town staff has balanced and everybody has expressed this evening are very complex and very interwoven. But like my colleagues, I believe that there is a way forward and that the concerns of the neighborhood, the interests of the town, which have also been expressed by many, as well as the need for economic viability for the project can all be brought together. And I raise this issue of economic viability because I think there is a general consensus both amongst the comments as well as the select board's deliberations that in all considerations, no action is really the worst outcome for all of us. And so as the neighbors have indicated and the members of the community have indicated, we are trying to get this area redeveloped. I think we all share that common goal, and I am looking forward to helping with my colleagues and all of the people involved to realize that goal soon.
All right, anyone else?
Bernard?
Bernard, do you want to jump in at all?
Well, I'll just add to what everyone else is saying. Don't need to, but I will. My main concern is that we don't lose this opportunity that will come around once in a generation. I think we can we can find a way to have success in this area. It just takes a willingness for people to find the common ground and work hard. I'm not going to make any commitments at this time in terms of anything such as height, issues that other issues that have come up, such as traffic, which is always a concern. But I think we'll get there. We just have to be willing to work hard, but more importantly, be willing to be open-minded. This is not going to be easy.
All right, thank you. And with that, we can close the public hearing and we will move on to our next item. Thank you, everyone, for coming. As John mentioned, it can sometimes be very quiet here, but this item obviously attracted a lot of attention. So thank you for sharing your views. I would appreciate that as you're walking out, if it could be a little quieter. Michael, what you would like a break?
I was just going to say we might want to take 2 minutes to let the.
Sure, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
What do we just have? We have the, there's
Next up is Civil Immigration Enforcement Proclamation. Review and possible vote on proclamation relating to civil immigration enforcement in Brookline. And Chaz, maybe you want to provide some backstory to this.
Sure. So the town was approached by the city of Boston about 2 weeks ago to talk about local immigration enforcement and how that's changed in the recent administration, particularly in light of the activity in Minneapolis and up near Portland in Maine. In late January, the governor issued an executive order 650, which among other things bars immigration, the use of use of state facilities to facilitate civil immigration enforcement efforts or to conduct enforcement activity in non-public spaces of public buildings. We had discussions with staff at the staff level between Boston and other members of the Metro Mayor's Coalition, including Newton, Cambridge, Somerville, Chelsea, and Lynn. Lynn, most notably, in talking with Mayor Nicholson and his staff, has seen significant ICE use of public facilities for immigration enforcement purposes. City Manager Fidel Montes of Chelsea obviously has seen a huge amount of ICE activity in his area as well. But you know, all of those communities have seen ICE in the environment. All of them wanted to be responsive to community concerns about immigration enforcement, particularly again in light of the way that it's being conducted elsewhere, and then the real possibility that similar efforts might happen in this area. We took a look internally at the Boston executive order that Mayor Wu signed. We, and by we, I mean myself, Police Chief Jennifer Pastor, and Town Council Joe Callanan, as well as First Assistant Town Council Jonathan Simpson. All of us understood the effort that it was trying to make. It is really hard as a locality to address federal law enforcement activity. We cannot ban ICE from operating. We cannot arrest ICE when they're in the middle of operations. There's a lot we can't do from a local standpoint, and that frustrates residents. So we want to be really clear to folks about what the expectations are. And we thought that Boston's efforts were very, good in terms of, messaging their upset and concern with ICE's behavior. but we also felt that certain elements of it were likely unenforceable. And what we wanted to do was think about, what can we do that's going to stick? What are we going to do that's going to have the most impact in terms of what the community wants, while also managing that community expectation? It's really important to make sure that we maximize the effectiveness of what we do, not just the loudness of the message. Although, again, I think, that's not to take away from the effort that Boston made in trying to get out ahead of this. And we really are grateful for their efforts and their leadership and their partnership with us. It's just in our view, we wanted to be really mindful of how to make this effective. We were also guided by guidance we received from the Massachusetts Association of Police Chiefs, usually commonly referred to as Mass Chiefs. They reviewed the Boston executive order and had some concerns with it. We took those into consideration. The biggest kind of concern there was the concern about, if police officers are called to a scene where ICE is active, what are they going to,
Marty.
can we,
That's Marty.
I muted him.
okay. What are we, what's the expectation there? We don't want to get in a situation like situations that we've seen, for example, in Worcester, where the police have been called to an active ICE ICE activity. They are trying to do their jobs, trying to verify what's going on, what's happening. There's unrest. People get upset. People get upset that the police aren't doing what they want them to do. Altercations start, and then the police wind up arresting protesters or, members of the public instead of ICE, which is what people want. And then it just creates this perception, oh, the police are working for ICE. The police are supporting immigration activity, when that's not what they wanted to do in the first place. They want to be building trust with the community, and assuring the community that if criminal activity or suspected criminal activity, like what happened to the individuals in Minneapolis, occurs, there are rules about there being a duty to intervene for law enforcement officers, right? Regardless of rank, regardless of department. Under Massachusetts law, if a police officer sees another law enforcement agent doing something, using excessive force, they are, and it's a clear-cut case of excessive force, they are not just allowed, they are obligated under our policy to intervene. And so what Mass Chiefs wanted was real clarity on that, to set the expectations accordingly, so that people understand that what are we going to do if we see violations of this policy? We're going to try and enforce them in court. We're not going to be able to walk up and arrest ICE or tell ICE to, we're not going to be able to do that if we see ICE activity in a municipal parking lot. But what we are going to be able to do is point to this and use this as the legal basis to prohibit the behavior of. And I want to be clear, this document is not just about, it's about any civil immigration enforcement. So if there are local law enforcement agencies that decide to sign agreements with ICE, the state has currently banned those agreements, but we know at least one sheriff's department on the Cape that has signed an agreement with ICE. I think that's the only such agreement in New England, but it does exist. It's out there. So civil immigration enforcement of any kind by anyone, it's not allowed. Municipal facilities aren't allowed to be used for that purpose, and non-public spaces of our offices are not allowed to be used for that purpose. If someone has an appointment in a public building, we don't want them being chased and arrested by ICE. We don't want those things. We don't want the community to live in fear. We want to be able to provide the services we need to provide to residents, regardless of status. So this is designed to limit civil immigration enforcement in a way that we hope sticks. And we welcome any questions, concerns, comments you might have. You can see there's a version 2.1 in your packet is the most recent version. It incorporates, we circulated this, and it incorporates individual comments from members of the select board. But any additional comments, concerns, questions you have, we're happy to answer and take a look at this.
Well,
Yep, Ches, thank you for that, and I appreciate all the work on this and the modifications that you made. collecting feedback. The now therefore, resolution 1. Looks like we've added or disrupting the lawful exercise of rights granted by the Massachusetts United States Constitution, which I happen to agree with. How do we enforce can we just talk a little about practical enforcement of this?
Sure. We talked a lot about this in practice. So theoretically, how this works. Say someone sees ICE staging in a public parking lot. They call the police non-emergency line. They call dispatch. Dispatch will relay that to my office. And our office, your office, the select board's office. And what we will do is we will call the local ICE office and say, hey, are you aware there's a local ordinance that says you can't use this for staging civil immigration enforcement? One of two things will happen. They will say, oh, well, okay. And they might make a rude comment, but they will go away and they will stage somewhere else. Or they will say, thanks very much, but we think we have a right under federal law to be here and you can't do anything about it. If it's the latter, then we talk to town council. It would be my goal to, in that case, go to court and get an order saying you can't, no, we're serious about this. You cannot use this space for civil immigration purposes.
So we're not sending Brookline police down to enforce. Okay.
We do not want any sort of
No confrontation
between local law enforcement and federal immigration enforcement. But we do want people to know that the role of the police in protests, in any of the activity that's going on, is to keep people safe.
Okay.
And that includes people who are exercising their rights and protesting.
Okay, thank you.
Bernard, you had your hand raised for a little bit.
I did. I just wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, the item 7 in the recitals here, I think is important because, especially in Brookline, but throughout this country, people are really, really angry, and they're taking out their anger by going into the streets in massive numbers. And I support that, of course. And I think that it's important to urge that for us to urge Brookliners and others who are angry and going out into the streets to express their disgust with what's going on in our country, to realize that we are outgunned, right? Doesn't mean that we're impotent. It just means that we have to recognize the fact that the forces of this, I don't know, we say authoritarian, there are better words for it than that, but whatever it is, the forces of this government are being arrayed against us, and they are, in effect, declaring war on the American people. Now, we've experienced a similar situation in the past during the civil rights movement, when civil rights workers and activists were greatly outgunned, outgunned. But peaceful, disciplined, nonviolent action prevailed over the more powerful forces arrayed against them. And I think it's important to let people know that that is the case today. And what happened in Minnesota is an example. We don't know how successful or how long the drawdown in Minnesota is going to last, but we do know that they were forced to blink. And I think it's important just to make sure that people understand the importance of being peaceful and nonviolent in our resistance, but also the effectiveness of that type of action. The other thing that I think I'd like to just mention, I was watching on TV and thinking about children and how they are responding to what they're seeing on TV. People calling themselves police, brutalizing people, including children. Now, the child's mind is going to think that, well, maybe police aren't our friends. So what this administration, which has no respect for police at all, but what they're doing is really poisoning the minds of our children by causing them to think that they don't have comfort and protection from police, especially our local police here in Brookline. I think we should just acknowledge the fact that is going to have long-term consequences. and is another example of how this administration is is uh, is hostile to and destructive of good relations between people and the police. So.
All right, thank you. Any other thoughts?
This was obviously done in coordination with Chief Pastor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Chief Pastor and Town Council were both. We had a number of weekend conversations about this, so I want to thank both of them for jumping on this and being very very engaged in trying to make this work.
Michael?
Thank you. And thank you, Chaz, and to the chief and to town council. I think that the comments here, and I looked at this also in the context of the Boston's announcement, and appreciate both the similarities and the differences between those two. So I appreciate that this particular set of proclamations really reflects the values of Brookline specifically. There was one detail that I mentioned to you online in the paragraph 1 that I think it is important to be consistent about all civil immigration enforcement. So the reference to federal civil immigration enforcement that remains should be struck. But other than that, I'm all ready to support.
And is that reflected in the most recent version?
Yes, that red line here, the addition about the exercise of rights, and makes clear that it's in civil immigration enforcement writ large. It's not targeting federal law enforcement; it's law enforcement generally.
In the last sentence, it starts prohibited uses include. There it says in the third.
Oh, yeah. So that word federal.
That word
that
federal
needs to be
should
struck as well. Yep. Yeah, we will strike that.
All right. Okay, now Bernard had suggested that this be read aloud for those in the public, so I'll go ahead and do that. So regarding civil immigration enforcement in the town of Brookline, whereas the current federal administration's policies, procedures, and methods used to enforce civil immigration have led to immense fear and concern in Brookline, particularly after the deaths of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy in Minnesota, and whereas the town of Brookline does not aid, abet, or participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement as reflected in the attached Police General Order 43.0 Appendix A, and whereas the Governor of Massachusetts issued Executive Order Number 650, EO 650, on January 29th, 2026, which, among other things, bars federal immigration officers from using state facilities to facilitate civil immigration enforcement efforts or conducting enforcement activity in non-public spaces of public buildings, and whereas other Massachusetts communities, including Boston, Newton, Cambridge, Somerville, Chelsea, and Lynn, have issued or are intending to issue executive orders clarifying policies surrounding civil immigration enforcement and adopting relevant provisions of Executive Order 650 locally. Now, therefore, the Brookline Select Board, as chief executive body of the town of Brookline, hereby proclaims as follows. 1. Town facilities, including but not limited to parking lots, parks, and public school grounds, shall not be used as a staging area, processing location, operations base, or other supporting location for civil immigration enforcement by any law enforcement agency in the absence of a valid judicial warrant or court order authorizing such uses. Prohibited uses include, but are not limited to, assembling, mobilizing, or deploying vehicles, equipment, materials, or personnel for the purpose of carrying out civil immigration enforcement operations or disrupting the lawful exercise of rights granted by the Massachusetts and United States Constitutions. 2. Non-public spaces of public buildings remain off limits to civil immigration enforcement officials in the absence of a valid judicial warrant or court order authorizing their presence therein. Access to public buildings remains solely to provide specific services to members of the public or to conduct town operations, and access to such buildings is for those purposes only. 3. The town will document violations of the above provisions and promptly notify the town administrator's office when such violations occur. The town administrator is authorized to seek such relief as may be appropriate under the circumstances, including but not limited to a court order enjoining the prohibited behavior or referral to a prosecutor of competent jurisdiction. In the absence of a duty to intervene as outlined in the attached Police General Order 50 Appendix B, sworn officers will not interfere with law enforcement operations with federal law enforcement operations in progress. 4. The town will make template signage available to private property owners and leaseholders who seek to restrict private spaces from being used for civil immigration enforcement purposes. Property owners and leaseholders assume any legal responsibility associated therewith. 5. Nothing herein shall be construed as restricting or interfering with the execution of court orders or lawful judicial warrants or the enforcement of criminal law, nor as limiting the rights of any person or entity under state or federal law. This proclamation reinforces and affirms the town's emphasis on providing for the public safety of community members and does not restrict or interfere with the lawful conduct of civil immigration enforcement. 6. The town administrator is authorized to effectuate the directives in this proclamation commensurate with his authority under the Town Administrator Act, Chapter 270 of the Acts of 1985, as amended. 7. In addition to the town's responsibility to protect its residents and visitors, the Select Board urges all residents and visitors to express their views in peaceful and nonviolent ways, which has been shown, most recently in Minnesota, to be the most effective way to counter and roll back the actions of federal immigration enforcement agents. And then, as we'll take a vote in a moment, but assuming it passes, passed by a vote of the Brookline Select Board, February 10th, 2026.
Just one small change, in the third whereas clause, I was reading EO 650 and it bars immigration officers, not federal immigration officers. So I'm just going to delete that word federal from that recital, if that's okay.
Okay. All right, any other comments, corrections, modifications?
And there were some edits to the item, the last item that I suggested to take out some of the harsher language I used, and I'm fine with that.
You were being passionate, which is understandable.
All right, so I'll move that we pass the Brookline proclamation regarding civil immigration enforcement in the town of Brookline.
Second.
All right, Bernard?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye.
Can I ask that when we set this up for signature, that you leave a large space for me to sign my name in large letters so that certain person down in Washington will be able to see it with his age declining eyesight?
We'll increase the font for him.
All right, so with that, we will move to our next item, boards and commissions, appointments, zoning board of appeals, Lark Palermo. Just a preliminary question I have there. Did anyone else apply for the position?
No, Kate and I looked, there were no others.
All right. Does the board feel ready to vote her in?
Yes.
Sounds like it. All right, so I will move that we appoint Lark Palermo to the zoning board of appeals
For
an associate member position.
Second.
All right, Bernard?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
aye.
And I also vote aye.
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
What's the length of term for this?
3 years, huh?
I believe it's 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
All right, and now we're back to public comment for anyone who would like to participate. Marty Rosenthal has patiently had his virtual hand raised for about 45 minutes. Go ahead, Marty.
You need to unmute, Marty.
We may need to unmute for him. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always
Okay.
always slow. Am I in?
Yep.
Well, I'm obviously too late because I didn't know this was on the agenda, the last item. Well, the second to last item. And I actually only saw it because I was quite interested in watching the whole Chestnut Hill debate. And that was the only reason I actually saw that item on the agenda. So I had some specific comments that I think should have been subjected to a public hearing. And I've said this before, and at least Bernard will remember. I don't know if anyone was on the board long enough. Last time I whined about the fact that police issues should be subjected to public hearings, especially if they're police policy issues. And this was a vote of the select board unanimously in 1987, which all of you remember very well. But anyway, I've reminded about it in the past, and it's too late on this one. I think I would have had ideas on this one, which I was marking it up during the other debate, and it's obviously too late to present them. But so I'm not going to bother saying what they were. And I think it should have been subjected to a public hearing, even by PCAC or else by you people. And what's going on nationally is the worst thing I can remember since Vietnam. And I would have liked to ask some questions about the language that's been just voted. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you, Marty. Is there anyone in the room or online who would like to participate in public comment?
Nobody's raising.
All right, seeing that there are no takers, that concludes our meeting.